The warrior moved deep into the gloomy dungeons, whose walls were tainted with blood. Going to one of the prisoners, she strictly interrogated him about the location of the ruler. However, the exhausted prisoner with a thirsty throat failed to say a single word, only panting in a convulsive cough. This was angered by an unwavering warrior who, pressing her sword's edge to his throat, persistently repeated the question. The prisoner could only look at the terrifying warrior who stood in front of him. He recognized her, although he did not expect to meet in this ominous place. This woman was a real heir to the supreme sword, Vis Solo. Her incredible force allowed one blow to defeat hundreds of semi-demons. It seemed that she was able to destroy the whole army with one blow. It was because of this that she was nicknamed the Divine Sword, who overcame even the heavenly demon and caused a great war between the righteous and demons. Grabbing the prisoner for clothes, an angry warrior tirelessly questioned the necessary information. She was convinced that he knew where other half-demon were gone. She hoped that if he had at least a drop of conscience, he would reveal her truth. In fact, the warrior was right. The prisoner actually knew everything, but could not speak because of damaged voice. In addition, his heart was fascinated by a deadly spell. It was a seal that kept his silence. At that moment, the unbreakable Salt suddenly burst into tears, recognizing that it was her last chance. Everyone around his death, but if he helped, she would have done her best to save him. Her voice trembled from the sobbing when she begged the prisoners of cooperation. Looking at this woman, the prisoner could not understand what was governed. Was it a restrained hatred of semi-demon or something? Perhaps the reason was the sword of her fiancé who was captured by the semi-demon. The prisoner smiled gloomy, amazed at the naivety of this woman. The strongest warrior in the world was worried about her beloved. Seeing his smile, you have lost the last drops of patience. Still holding him for her clothes, she pushed him away, like a bored toy. The soldier confessed that if she knew about his insidiousness earlier, she would have killed him at their first meeting. She regretted bitterly that she did not do so right away. The demon wondered if you remember the first meeting with him. Perhaps her memories were different from his own. Recalling his childhood, he could not understand at what point everything began to go. It was not surprising because he became a traitor, joined the semi-demons, and lost many innocent people. Probably, karma finally caught up. The crying warrior was already intending to go when she suddenly heard a sharp rattling of chains from the prisoner. He was sitting in the path, trying to draw something on the ground. Looking at Yanjun, View Soul could not understand his actions, but he constantly scratched the ground with his fingertips, drawing some symbols. Suddenly, his heart pierced unbearable pain. The pain was so severe that he pierced his whole body, and he panted his own blood. But he did not give up. Despite the curse, he had to answer her, so he continued to write. He knew that, breaking the oath, his heart would break and he would die. With each movement of his hand, he felt the influence of the ancient art of the heavenly demon, which prohibits the betrayal of a demonic cult. A frightened Salt ran up to the bloody Yanjun, gradually aware of the cause of his condition. She soon realized that his inscriptions were the reason for his condition, and she begged to stop. However, he no longer heard her words. He was pursued by one question. Would a warrior believe if he confessed that he did not act at his own request, but under coercion? If he could speak, he would constantly justified before the beauty, but now it has already lost its meaning, too late. Therefore, he continued to write, and when the proposal came to the end, his life suddenly broke. After that, his body was shaken in convulsions, the heart was slowly torn, and the symbols before their eyes began to burst. The only thing he was thinking about is why fate was so for him. He mentioned the time when he became a semi-demon cult. Then he met his sister, as beaten and exhausted after the attack as himself. Even when she gently touched his cheeks, her face was always a smile full of hope that her brother would be happy. He lost the last grain of consciousness in the hands of a sobbing Salt, which in vain tried to bring him to his senses. Yanjun thought that all difficulties, small and big, were prescribed by his fate. He mentioned a meeting with an opponent from a demonic cult, who was immersed in meditation, sat in a cave. Then Yanjun approached her, but was silent. He did not find words. The girl, as if recognizing his steps, sincerely asked him for forgiveness. At that moment his heart remained indifferent. He said nothing. The salt continued to sob, trying to save the dying warrior. Her tears slowly drained on his face, as if reflecting the moments of his fading life. He remembered his dying girlfriend who mistakenly thought he was crying because of her death. But her guess was false. In fact, it was just raining on the street. The dying quietly asked if the moon came down. Only when everything was in its place did she safely go under the light of the moon and the glitter of rainy drops. After that, her eyes closed forever, and the body slowly weakened in his hands. This was the life of Yanjun, born in the faction of righteous. He lived the life of a devoted warrior in a faction of the righteous until he renounced them, moving to the side of the demons. However, the demonic cult was defeated in the war with the righteous. He was captured and undergoing brutal torture until his death was released. But when his eyes closed forever, a picture appeared in front of him, a little girl who extended a warm baked potato. Yanchen stood with his mouth open without believing his eyes. Looking around, he began to realize where he found himself. Looking at his own hands, he could not fully realize what had happened. He was convinced that he had violated the heavenly ban, from which his heart was torn into pieces. He died in salt in his arms. Everything happened. However, now his heart was beating as if nothing happened. Judging by his little hands, he returned to his young version. It seemed to him that it was a dream, because how else could such strange events be explained? Especially given that he found himself on the day when he first met the salt that he treated him with potatoes. He tried to remember that he answered that day. It seems then inadvertently knocked out the potatoes out of her hands, and she fell to the ground. After that, he stepped on the potato, trying to give her a lesson. He could not understand how some commoners dared to enclose his way, as if forgetting his place. Now he was incredibly ashamed of those words. However, he was pleased that he seized such a dream, believing that in this way he would be able to correct this feeling of pity. The little one you asked the little salt if it loves potatoes. Sincerely smiling, he thanked her for the treat and immediately bitten a piece. Potatoes turned out to be hot, an unusual feeling for sleep. Looking at his red face, the girl laughed fun. At that moment, a frightened assistant ran up to the young owner. Finally, he was glad to find Yanjun, who disappeared suddenly. The boy immediately recognized his guard from the past. It was a Maun, always too concerned about his master. Seeing the potatoes in the boy's hands and his baked tongue, the Maun came to fury. Occurring the sword, he came closer to punish a cheeky girl. But Yangun stopped him, demanding to give out honey cookies, which the security guard always kept with him. And although it was the last cookie, Yangun immediately stretched his girl with a smile and asked if she wanted to taste. The girl could not believe that she was really offered such a delicious treat. Yanjun gently explained that he got delicious potatoes and would like to thank her in this way. V Salt, with eyes that glowed from admiration, confessed that she was presented with something similar for the first time. The cookies sparkled with beauty and fascinated with aroma. Suddenly, the girl heard a familiar, excited voice. It was her grandfather, who stood head to his granddaughter. Immediately, as his grandfather approached, he cooked his granddaughter, reminding that she was forbidden to run so suddenly. Seeing her at the Yanchun Society, my grandfather was worried, trying to understand what was happening, but she gladly assured that everything was fine, and with potatoes too. Grandpa began to ask his granddaughter whether she was injured and whether she had a hassle. Looking at this person, Janjun immediately recognized her. The granddaughter explained that she had treated Yanjun with potatoes. The frightened grandfather immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her. He bowed low, he apologized, explaining that his granddaughter did not yet understand the world. He also apologized for her guilt before a young master of a noble family. However, Yangun assured that, on the contrary, he was very grateful. He also bowed and confessed that he was hungry and he was treated with delicious potatoes. Instead, he could only offer honey cookies and asked the girl to accept him. The old man looked at the delicacy, having a desire to give up such a valuable gift. And so you were happy to exclaim, which does not deny at all because the cookies looked delicious and shiny. She stretched her hands to the goodies, but her grandfather stopped her, pressing her granddaughter. Flowing, he explained that they could not accept such a valuable gift, apologized for trouble, and tried to get away quickly. Janzun shouted his grandfather, asking to stop, and he thought that the young gentleman may have been angry with the girl and wanted to punish her. However, Yanjun, catching them, put the cookies in a small palm of salt and said goodbye, feeling that their meeting was still ahead. Grandpa was fascinated by this unusual child. Meanwhile, his granddaughter wanted to offer him potatoes, but he refused, politely saying that he was already full. At that moment, his grandfather realized that his granddaughter met the same special man. Soon saying goodbye, they went away, leaving Yanjun with the guard to watch them afterwards. As soon as they disappeared from view, the young man felt a powerful dizziness. He was not alone, because he had just met with an old man who recently headed the alliance of Marima soldiers and was one of the 3 supreme officials. They were called the strongest in Murim, those who spread fear and horror among the wrong ones. It was the high sword named V. Honggun. Yanjun wondered why the supreme sword was in such a place. Although, thinking about it, if it was a dying deluser, it may not be surprising. While his grandfather reproached the salt, she looked at Yanjun for the last time and waved for him to say goodbye. He watched her, barely smile. When the guard offered to return home, the young owner agreed. The passage through beautifully flowering fields, he was thinking about getting rid of one of his regret, and felt that the moment of awakening was already approaching. However, they already reached the estate calmly, and the dream was still not over. He believed that it was enough to get rid of pity, and everything would be solved, but it turned out to be wrong. Yanjun even began to worry that it may not be a dream, but a residual effect of the curse of a heavenly demon. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and looked scared, saw that he was his older sister. She was surprised why Yangun was not running away, because the clan head himself was heading here. His second older sister, known as a fire sword, was the one who despised him the most. He realized that a large number of people gathered his father's arrival. The girl Critty to find out what he conceived this time. She advised him to think about everything well and run away, because he is most likely to have a shame again. However, Yanjun, rejecting her hand, strongly stated that he was here because he was obliged. The Yeno was amazed by the fact that his brother unexpectedly mentioned the sense of duty, although he had never worried about it before. Yangun himself pleaded guilty and decided to apologize personally to the head of the clan. Even the guard was amazed by the fact that his gentleman was really going to apologize. Yonsa began to lose control. Loudly roaring, she released her inner strength. Going closer, she acknowledged that he did not know what kind of cord he thought this time, but was determined to stop it at the beginning. The warrior ordered the boy not to annoy her no longer, seeking to punish him for his unworthy behavior. However, Yangun stopped his sister, noting that the head of the clan was approaching and she should hold herself in her hands. However, the man who had already entered the yard still noticed the Homer. Therefore, he asked, dissatisfied that the Garmiter was in his territory. Seeing the gentleman, all the servants and the householders immediately went into the bow. However, the vicious look of the master was directed at Yanjun, which forced it to be. Suddenly, turning away from his son, the head of the clan addressed his first deputy, asking for the readiness of the swords. He learned that the first sword was still resting after a recent return, and the fourth is ready to follow his instructions. So he ordered the latter to be prepared for the task. Yangun continued to think whether it was a dream or a reality, while his father's gaze remained, as always, difficult. Suddenly, the owner called the third son and ordered him to come to his room after lunch. At this point, Yangun was so worried that he felt nausea, so he asked for a stomach. The dining room prevailed. The food, as always, was delicious. Even in such circumstances, Yangun could not understand whether he was eating with his mouth or nose. He was overwhelmed by emotions from the personal invitation received. The head addressed the younger one with questions about success in the martial arts. The daughter gladly shared the news that she won the 3rd star a few days ago. The father nodded approvingly, noting that for her young age, it was an extraordinary achievement. However, it did not surprise. From birth, she was gifted and worked hard. The only thing that caused the surprise to Yanjun was her ability to smile sincerely. She looked at him with an unconcealed disgust, as if she saw something disgusting. The boy was distracted by the gloomy thoughts of his father, who reported that Yangun had left the territory. The son frankly confessed that he had been going on for a short time, thinking his father got up from the place. He asked everyone to continue the meal. He had to leave them for a moment. At first, the guy believed that his father wanted to talk to him after dinner. However, a breath-taked maid suddenly appeared and reported that the father was offering the boy to relax today and to the room to come tomorrow. Surprised by such sudden changes, Yangun returned to his rooms. There he realized, if he did not woke up yet, then it is not a dream. He realized that he had somehow returned to the past, although earlier he heard about it only in books. At that moment, a more logical opinion arose in his head. He may have had a chance to get rid of the heavenly demon. It was a crazy thought that was to be rejected instantly. How could he defeat the one who got rid of the 3 highest officials? He remembered the past life, where he was a semi-demon, who obeyed the orders of the heavenly demon only for survival. Memories filled it with bitterness and disappointment. It was a life full of pity, but at the same time it made it possible to realize a lot. If he really had the opportunity to be reborn, he would have sought to live that life differently. The heavenly demon, in any case, will sooner or later destroy the salt, and the demonic cult will disappear. But until everything is decided, he should live peacefully and make every effort. Yangun believed that it was impossible to lose such an opportunity, because he was tired of feeling the bitterness of the pity of the past. At first, the young man decided to explore his body and study internal energy. Inside, he found only a pulsating ball of fire. Now he understood how unusual his sister was, only a year older, but already had 3 stars. However, he was convinced that he could also reach such peaks. He decided to train using the cultivation technique, which was transmitted only to the blood relatives of the GU clan. It was a firewheel technique. If you gradually nurture it, like a blooming flower, then, having reached the level of the 4th star, it will be able to master the technique of fiery internal energy. Having reached the level of the 7th star, it will completely cover the whole body. He has only managed to reach the 1st star. Now he had to accumulate internal energy as soon as possible and improve it to the 2nd star. For his life to be calm, he should refrain from the use of demonic energy. He could only rely on his own power. But the more he trained, the more clearly he was aware of the main problem. The method was really complicated, and not everything turned out as we would like. In addition, the more he tried, the greater the risk of die. At his current level of skill, it was difficult to manage internal energy. Excessive efforts could destroy his body. Even careful practice has borne fruit. It was able to accumulate more energy. Although he understood that it was only the beginning, but still felt that he reached the level that deserved the 2nd star. Therefore, he decided to continue cultivation at a moderate pace. He sought a new life different from the past, avoiding everything that could have a negative impact on his future. The morning is filled with birds. The guy could not understand why he was feeling so bad. The whole body was numb, although he only spent a short workout. Yet he himself was guilty, who had previously neglected training. He was waiting for a longer journey ahead, and the parents should look back in the afternoon. He still has time for other cases. Going outside for training, he suddenly saw Salt. She greeted him with a smile. Her appearance was a complete surprise for him. Looking at her, he mentioned that it had to happen further. A huge star will appear in the sky, similar to a fault that people have never seen before. When demonic eyes appear from this crack, people are panic, and then monsters will start to choose from the crack. This phenomenon will be in history called demonic failure. Since then, every sect will start returning the warriors that have been trained to fight monsters. They will be called swords, and they will become part of every sect. There were 5 swords in the GU clan, and they have a little older daughter. And Yangun, a restless son, will have to live a life under her authority. 6 months after the event with the potato, the first meeting with the Sola will take place. But now she came to him and behaved quite differently. The guy who did not expect to see her stood in surprise. Thinking that it was only hallucination, he decided to return to bed. However, you grabbed the salt firmly by the hand, proving your reality. She confessed that she was very pleased with this meeting and wanted to add something else. But her grandfather prevented her by removing her hands from the owner's clothes. He recalled his granddaughter with dissatisfaction that he could not turn to a young owner. Yangun was in full confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Grandfather made her granddaughter apologize. Then the old man bowed himself. You have explained that the Yanjun would now serve as a sign of gratitude to the head of their clan. He was not sure if the boy would like the service of an older man, but was ready to devote himself completely to the young man. Jansen was really surprised because he believed that this man is called Konggun, not Vimun. Then she introduced the salt, promising to help his grandfather and serve as a young master. The guy still could not realize what was happening. But I realized that if the head of the family allowed, therefore, the father personally gave such an order. It seemed as if his life had unfolded in a completely different direction. However, he asked to turn to him simply by name, not a young sir. After the acquaintance, Yanchun watched as Virmun immediately came to work, starting to sweep the yard. The boy was amazed, but realized the man really seriously treats his responsibilities. But the more impressed him is the behavior of the salts. The girl at the same time took on many tasks. Other maids warned her that it was dangerous to take so many tasks at the same time, but she persistently refused to help. However, the result was quite predictable. Caught on the first obstacle, it fell with all its load. From the blow of the head on the solid floor, the salt was badly ill. Unable to withstand pain and frustration, she suddenly cried what surprised her grandfather and all maid. While the maids tried to reassure the girl, Yanjun was just wondering how she could not cope with household chores. He was aware of her unsurpassed talent in the martial arts and could not understand how a capable warrior could be so awkward in everyday affairs. From all this bustle, the young man crashed his head, so he decided to relax in his room. You jumped the salt immediately and followed. Yanjun looked, clearly surprised by her act. It was unclear why she threw her work. As it turned out, she was ordered by her grandfather. This news stunned Yanjun, but he realized that the girl became his personal maid. It seems that other maids simply have translated this duty to her, not wanting to deal with the problematic son of the head of the clan. Yangun did not object to the salt as a personal maid, although her current behavior seemed incredible, because in the future she would turn into a supreme sword. Now she was absolutely unmoved to correct his clothes. Although her attempts were not too successful, Yang Tuzun did not say that he noted her ineptitude. He only thought that his father seems to not even suspect the true nature of this girl. He may have been indifferent, because he had already left so many servants. Remembering the agreed meeting, the young man went to his father. The worried Salt rushed afterwards, begging to wait for her. But he asked the girl to stay and complete her business. The words turned out to be sharper than he wished it, and it markedly upset the girl. My grandfather looked at his granddaughter with regret, realizing her sincere desire to help. Feeling inconvenience, Yangun explained that it is important to learn to perform salt properly. It was even more upset by the girl, but the young man decided to support her. Departing, he promised a reward for his diligent work. It markedly encouraged the young maid. The grandfather also calmed down, seeing that with his granddaughter everything was fine and the owner was friendly. Finally, Yangun got his father. In his past life, they have never been close. He couldn't even remember whether they ever talked at all. Standing in front of the door, hesitating before the entrance, he did not know where to start the conversation. Still, he was convinced that his father would speak, because it was he who called him. Janjun decided to simply listen and ask questions about Salt and Hangong. At this point, the father himself appeared, surprised by the indecision of his son. His sudden appearance was so scared of the guy that he even swore. He immediately starred, believing that it would be better for him to fall through the earth from such inconvenience. Starting the conversation, his father asked his son whether he had already met with new servants and what impression they made him. Yanjun sincerely thanked for the new servants, but he was curious. However, the father asked not to ask questions. He assured that he would explain when the right moment would come. The guy agreed, realizing that his father deliberately sent these people. They may have had some arrangement. The father also advised his son not to worry about small troubles and focus on preparing for the tomorrow of the dragons. Yangon did not immediately mention what it was, but as soon as he realized what, his face was filled with a terrible grimace. Leaving his father's room, he in despair asked Moon to stab him. The security guard was surprised. For the young owner, a speech on the gathering is so unbearable. The fact is that the Union of Dragons is a special assembly where new swords are presented. It is spent every 2 years in honor of the soldiers who gave their lives for the clan and their native land, protecting them from the demonic gates. Of course, the direct descendants of the GU clan are obliged to participate in this event. Therefore, Yanjun pleaded with Moon to kill him. It would be a respected cause of absence. However, the guard sarcastically noted that in this case the father would already kill him. Yanjun interrupts, having learned that even Elder Lee will be present at the meeting. Moon warned, if the young gentleman flee again, he will personally arrange him a pilgrim. It did not surprise. From the elder could be expected anything. Among all the elders, he was the harshest, constantly demanding a special effort from Yanjun because he was the only son of the head and put almost all the responsibility on him for the honor of the clan. Sincerely speaking, Yanjun should be grateful to the elder. Despite employment, he always found time for mentoring. However, endless teaching and punishment forced the young man to try to avoid these meetings. Even his father did not pay so much attention to him. Yanjun wondered how, despite such persistent educational work, he still became a failure. Looking at the prepared carriage, he asked about the time of departure. The answer was disappointing. The departure was expected in the near future. And at this point, Yangon heard a lively conversation of servants who were passionate about something extremely charming. He found out that they were fond of the soul, but could not understand that this girl could have done such a wonderful one. When the maids parted, the salt in the clothing of the servant appeared in front of all. With one look at her, the heart of Yanjun froze and the face was blossomed. Equally embarrassed was a girl who boldly approached a young gentleman. Salt, smiling shyly, confessed that everyone called her beauty. With the childhood immediacy of the salt, asked if it considers its yonder beautiful. The guy was finally lost from such a direct question, because she was really beautiful. However, the girl did not seem, continuing to ask the young owner. Finding the words for the answer, he quickly sent her to the carriage. Having gone on the road, they noticed how the salt is fond of the crew. The maid, with a smile, noted that the girl was going for the first time in a carriage. It turned out that all this time she perceived horses as food and did not even imagine how fast they could be. Yanjun learned that the Celestial Market was the most famous trade area. This time, Elder Lee clearly made efforts when choosing a location. The journey lasted about 4 hours, so the boy, who lasted through the evening workout, decided to take a little nap. Lately, the dream did not come easily. However, his plans were destroyed by a talkative Sola, who was enthusiastically told the servants about the taste of horse meat despite its specific smell. Yanjun, unable to stand, forced her to silence, putting honey cookies in her mouth. Finally, such a desirable silence came and he was able to rest a little. His eyelids began to close gradually, but the nap lasted for a long time. He was soon woke up with a salt, and now he did not have a cookie to reassure her. At the voices of other maids, he realized that they were already on the spot. Looking from the carriage, Janjun saw the streets lit by the light of the lanterns and many cheerful passers-by. This is where the festival took place, so the streets were especially crowded with people. They were approached by a respectable merchant who understood that he had a lasting trip, probably tired of the young gentleman. Having introduced himself to the deputy chairman of the Heavenly Market Square, he noted that he was an honorable meeting with a new star of the GU clan. Yanjun politely answered the greetings, and the deputy expressed his desire to hold him further. The first day promised to be calm. All the issues were currently solved by the elder Lee and the hostess, and this caused the boy anxiety. He realized that he would inevitably meet with his older sister. Walking after the deputy chairman, Yanchen cherished the hope of avoiding this meeting, but his hopes were in vain. He soon saw her back to her room. The sister threw his habitual dissatisfied look, expressing his dissatisfaction. Yanjun congratulated her with respect. However, Jones answered sharply, only expressing the hope that this time he refrained from meaningless pranks. She ordered not to interfere with the collection of the Union of Dragons and not to disgrace the name of the family. Yanjun modestly promised to behave quietly as a mouse, assuring that it is not worth worrying about it. However, these words were even more angry with Aniso, who frankly said that she was not worried at all. At that moment, she noticed a frightened maid behind her brother. Obviously, it is difficult for him to get rid of old habits, and he plans to act as always. Yanchen showed as if he did not understand what is being said. But Jones only expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that some believed that her brother had changed. She noticed sarcastically that it seems that people do not change at all. Yangun, looking at his sister, could not understand why she did not trust him. However, he proposed to extend the way to the premises, apologizing to the deputy and asking them to accompany them. However, the Salt first wanted to look at the scene that struck it with its truly impressive size. Considering the arena with admiration, the Salt confessed that she had never seen such grandiose structures before. Yanjun was aware that the rich people love to impress with their fortune, especially at such festivals, but even for him, it seemed excessive. Today's celebration was dedicated to swords and their outstanding achievements. The next day, duels should take place to identify new members of the sword detachment. Yanjun rejoiced at least the fact that blood heirs will not have to participate in these competitions. Today, he will only watch. He hoped that everything would pass without problems. But behind his back, an elder appeared. Grasping the boy, the elder was surprised that this time he did not escape. Seeing the approach of the elder's hand, Janjun instinctively bounced in anticipation of punishment. But to a great surprise, the elder only gently ran a hand on his head. Seeing how the boy squeezed with fear, the elder laughed good-naturedly. He confessed that he was surprised. Usually Janjun ran, barely stating him. However, the boy recalled the promise of the elder to roll him into a horn if he did not appear. The elder, amazed, could not believe that someone could pronounce such strict words. Yangun recalled that it was his own. It cheered up the old one even more. Yanjun mentioned that the second elder really took him seriously because he was the only son of the head. At that moment, as if unexpectedly, you talked about bears, assuring that they were as delicious as horses. The elder looked dissatisfied with the girl, penetrating her with her special look. She was afraid of fear, and the girl hastily hid behind Yanjun's back. The boy asked the elder to stop frightening others with his terrible look. The man just smiled, confessing that Yangun had intrigued him, and asked if she was his fiancée. Yanjun, without understanding the words of the elder, pointed to the girl's outfit and explained that he was only his maid. The elder felt boredom but did not argue. He just reminded the boy of tomorrow's meeting of the Union of Dragons. Although Yanchun is only an observer, it is still some involvement, so you should relax. However, the old man warned, if the guy does not appear, he is threatened with head loss. Later, Jensen joined the Salt, which seriously thought that Uncle Bear threatened to eat him. He corrected her, explaining that it was in fact talking about cutting off her head. The elder watched the girl carefully. He felt that there was undoubtedly something unusual in this child. The day of the Dragon Alliance has come. Watching the preparations, Yangun expected to start in the morning. However, the participants seemed closer to lunch. All clans and those who were able to confirm their identity were allowed to participate in the competitions. He was surprised by the number of people. It seems that it was extremely important to become a sword. The frightened Salt was hiding behind his back, fearing that the Uncle Bear would come on her head, and quietly muttered that he had long time to fall into a hibernation. Yanjun calmly noted that spring is now, and suggested that the girl go to her room if she was so afraid. However, the girl reminded the order of her grandfather to stay with the owner. Yanjun, remembering that he could not force her to ignore the orders of the Supreme Sword, pointed to the guard and assured that in the event of danger, Moon was a bear. The guard was in surprise, who was referring to the Uncle Bear. When he learned that he was called the second elder, Moon was stunned and confessed that he could not oppose him. Realizing that there was no other choice, Yanjun stated dramatically that in this case, the Uncle Bear cuts off his head. The girl, trembling with fear, realized that she would die today and surprised why Yanjun seemed so funny. Tot tried to reassure her, explaining that it was only a joke, but you did not believe him. She remembered how my grandfather said that if you die on a full stomach, the ghost would be kinder, especially if you eat dumplings. So she asked Yanjun if he could share dumplings. Moon was surprised by how politely the young master treats the servants. However, Yanjun was sorry for the girl. He saw her begged for dumplings in the last way. However, the real reason was another. She reminded him of Salt from his past life, and he did not know how to act. He told Moon that the girl probably does not fully understand what it means to be a servant. However, the guard noted that the owner still bought her food. The boy did not find what to answer, so he decided to remain silent. Watching him, Moon realized that Janjun was completely different than he had heard about him. Although Moon understood that rumors should not be believed, he realized that he should independently reveal the true essence of his master. It seemed to Yanjun that the security guard was too passionate about dumplings, but when he heard of rumors, he asked how long Moon was already protecting him. It turned out that only 2 weeks, so it seems that he was appointed shortly before Yanjun's regression. Therefore, the security guard was so easy to speak, because it was difficult for him to determine who was more lucky, he or Yanjun. Suddenly, a loud female voice was heard. The woman, turning to the hostess, insisted that it was dangerous to let her in such a risky place. She objected, explaining that they were at the meeting of the Dragon Union. It is an organized event where so many people gathered that nothing wrong. This voice seemed to be familiar to Yangtri, and he looked closely at those who talked. At that moment, the maid explained that she was especially worried about a possible meeting with the heir of the GU. Yang Tuzun was thinking about whom it was discussed because there were so many men in the GU clan. The girl insisted that he was almost unrealistic to meet him because of a huge number of people. However, as soon as she turned, the girl, along with the maid, faced the views of Yang Tun. Everyone was frozen as if they saw a ghost. Muan immediately asked his master if he knew these people. Yanzun immediately recognized these long-to-the-shoulders hair and black like beads eyes, and the same ring on the finger with a symbol that can only be seen with a careful look. Knowing about him, he could not reduce his importance. It was a representative of the Hebiven clan, and not just a casual girl, it was his bride. The shaming with a representative of one of the most influential clans was arranged because the prestige of the GU clan was on a level with these four, and the newlyweds were peers. He was the direct heir to the clan. Therefore, Hebiven did not object to the marriage agreement. The problem was the heir itself. They said that he neglected the training and caught the hassle, but the relationship was completely damaged after he said to his bride those fatal words. Now the girl, looking at the Yangtus, could not understand what he was doing here. However, he understood that it would be necessary to ask about it. She explained coldly that she had arrived in business and added that she was not obliged to report on each step. Yanjun agreed with peace, but the girl annoyed his rude tone because he seemed to forget about her seniority. Yanjun only smiled and, with his deliberate courtesy, called her Nuna, his older sister. Then he asked if she liked such an appeal. He then turned to the Salt, checked whether she purchased everything he needed, and suggested that he go. Saying goodbye to her ex-bride, he expressed his hope that she would be fine. He apologized that he could not continue the conversation because of his employment. The girl was in surprise looking after him and saw a good day machine. Departing, she thought that he should still manage her affairs. In addition, she was interested in Salt. She never met such a sweet maid before. She even thought that perhaps this maid was influenced by changes in the character of Yanjun. Departing, he worried the day when their relationship with the bride was finally deteriorated, emphasizing that she was a daughter of a concubine. Not standing, the girl grabbed him for her clothes. With a piercing look in her eyes, she asked again how he could have drew. Yangan just smiled, confident in his correctness. In response, she hit him with his fist on her face. She confessed that she was ready to withstand a lot for the sake of marriage, even horrible rumors about him, all for the welfare of her clan. But she could not stand such humiliation. She grabbed the chair, and although the maid begged the lady to calm down and just pushed her. Going closer to Yanjun, she knocked him down, throwing it to the ground. She lifted her chair, intending to kill him in place. Recalling that day, the girl realized that he could hardly change. But now she noticed that he, seeing that the saline was difficult to carry, he came to the rescue, did not even let Moon take this burden, emphasizing that the security guard should focus on their safety. Watching this, the former bride still acknowledged that he had changed, although she still considered it incredible. She suggested that he may have just a good mood. After all, he was a rare scoundrel, and it was difficult to imagine that he would suddenly start acting as a decent person. She wanted to believe that he was able to turn into another person. At that moment, a loud noise was heard from the gate. Everyone turned to find out the cause of the noise. The man who registered the participants of the competition tried to reassure one of the candidates, demanding to stop the cries. However, he insisted that he had no time, and if he was caught, other people took responsibility. It was interested in the registrar, and he asked the stranger what he was in mind. The candidate exploded even more rage, shouting that he had already explained and insisted on participation. Muan offered to intervene, but Yanjun did not see in this sense, because anyone who confirmed their personality had the right to participate in the Dragon Union. The guard explained that he sought to help resolve the conflict because such troubles at the checkpoint occurred often. This was usually done by law enforcement officers who were near the inspectors. The guard again appealed to the man to calm down, but he grabbed the guard by his hand and threw with force on the ground. The amazed witnesses were monitored for events. The offender explained with peace that he only demonstrated his abilities, hoping that he would now be admitted to the competition. He was immediately explained that after such a demonstration, no one would not allow him. Watching the events, Muen insisted on the intervention. View, it seems, did not realize the seriousness of the situation and simply admired the skill of combat techniques. However, Yangan suggested returning to the room. Moon was surprised by his decision to change nothing, but the young man explained that he did not want to interfere. Let them understand everything. The registrar again explained to the participant that you cannot do anything you want. There are rules, and only those who can confirm their identity are allowed to participate. However, he was outraged that his fighting skills did not confirm anything. He was convinced that they did not respect the young head of the Hebivan clan. From these words, everyone looked around, and Yang Tuzun and his former bride froze. The inspectors could not believe their ears that he really introduced himself to the young head of Hebivan. When they were still in their clan, the girl noticed the strange behavior of her brother. He ignited the fire to warm up, and at the same time decided to fry the potatoes. She did not find out why he did this right in front of her room, but paid attention to the plate in his hands. He naively explained that sweet potatoes were cooked for too long, so he decided to use a plate for heating. The sister immediately gave him a light whimper. She was angry because her brother obviously did not understand the importance of this subject. It was an identification board, handed personally by the head of the clan for the excellent release from the Dragon Divine Academy. In addition, she testified that he became the youngest heir in history. The brother persistently argued that the board would perfect the fire perfectly. Once again, having expelled his brother, her sister demanded that he learn how to behave as a heir. After her words, Himar-like, the sister again enthusiastically watched his thoughts. Although he was incredibly talented and already had everything necessary for success at such a young age, he did not appreciate it. But the reason was another. He constantly dreamed of escaping as far as possible. The girl jokingly offered him to escape, but asked to return. This thought was firmly rooted in his head. She soon found a note in which he reported his escape. It was angry. It was not long for 4 months. And here the maid gladly informed the joyful news. There was information about the fugitive. It turned out that he was in Shahan's, which was a lot of surprise to his sister, who had no idea as he could be so far away. At the same time, a fugitive with a stall fury argued with the inspector. He believed that he had already demonstrated everything that he could and demanded that he take part in the competition. When he was tried to reassure him, he threatened to show a blade of dark night. Yanjun realized that it was an exclusive technique of a direct descendant of the Habivan clan, and therefore the young man is really the one he issues himself for. However, he decided that it was better to go faster before they get into trouble. Elder Li appeared at that moment. Hearing about the blade of the dark night, he realized that he was not an imposter. Noticing the young man's confidence, he asked the auditor to give that chance. The young man, overflowing with gratitude, bowed. He called Woojin, the heir to Hebevan, and gladly noted that he was honored to meet with the great master of the fist battle, a well-known warrior from the Guil's clan. The elder laughed fun, confessing that he had not heard his full title for a long time. He reassured the young man, assuring that he would be admitted to the assembly. When the inspector tried to argue that the personality was not confirmed by the documents, the elder noted that he knew the young man's father well, and Woojin was his exact copy. The elder pointed to the ring on the finger Woojin as another confirmation. However, he asked why the heir suddenly decided to join the selection of new swords for the Gu clan. He sincerely confessed that he became bored in his native clan. The elder considered such an answer to the response, although Yangun thought decided that Woojin was just crazy. When the elder asked if his father approved his participation, Woojin honestly confessed that he had escaped from the house. It cheered the elder even more, and Yangun only shook his head, thinking about the incredible lightness of the fugitive. Carefully examining Woojin, the elder noted his wonderful physical form. Upon learning that the boy should be 23 years old, the old man suggested that the clan was raising a real monster, and added that Yanjun would not prevent him from learning from him. Calling Yanjun income, the elder was concerned about Muen, who hurried to reassure his master, assuring that his grandfather did not mean anything offensive. However, Yanjun remained calm. He understood the rightness of the elder. If this Woojin is really the one he thinks, then he is really a monster, who was soon destined to obtain the title of Emperor of the Blades. Yanjun was amazed at the appearance of another representative of the Habivan clan. They became too much in one place. At that moment, Woojina saw Avia, which rushed to her brother at all speed. He was sincerely happy with his sister. Instead of the expected embrace, he suddenly got a devastating blow in his face. The girl was angry at him. She called him a crazy heir who dared to escape, leaving a pathetic note. The frightened brother pleaded with his sister to stop and listen to him. But she was only waiting for the words of repentance. Finding no excuses, he addressed the pleasures of mercy. In response, the girl exploded with an angry tirade, reproaching him for he dared to flee to become a sword of strangers. Watching their quarrel, Yangun was aware that Woojin could not survive in such circumstances. However, the elder just smiled. The men of the Habivan clan were so stubborn that they would not even seem under the stroke of the armature. At that moment, Woojin was asking for help. The elder really intervened, demanding that the girl leaves her brother alone. At first, Abia did not understand who dared to intervene, but when she saw the elder, immediately calmed down. She hurriedly apologized for a belated representation, declaring her title a great master of a pure flame. She also apologized for being found in family disputes, recognized the unacceptability of such behavior, and promised to remedy the situation later. The girl tried to pick up her brother, but he suddenly refused, which caused even more anger of his sister. Woojin, looking seriously, explained that it was not a joke. He believed that in the Gu clan it would be more interesting. Aba, surprised by such an unusual answer, asked her brother to become more serious, because he is still the heir. It turned out that he sought to enjoy his life until he had yet occupied the post of head. There were two ways to avoid fate: to become cripple or die. However, none of these options. He did not seek to lead the clan, but realized that only the monsters that were compromising their family remained in addition to him. Sooner or later, he will have to hold his head, because he did not want this burden to lay on his sister's shoulders. That is why he agreed to become the heir, even despite his own reluctance. The elder was seriously wondered whether Warren should be allowed to participate, because he doubted that conflict with Clan Hebevin was a good idea. In view of the circumstances, he put forward the young man. He will allow you to participate if the young man overcomes him in a duel. Yangon thought that the elder had completely gone crazy, and even Abia agreed with him. However, the elder explained that he would give only 10 attempts and suggested that Wujin himself find out. The guy could not understand why the elder put such simple conditions. The elder assured that he never lies. If the guy at least once touches him for 10 attempts, he would win. In a moment, Wujin was behind the elder. Elder Li did not even have time to finish the phrase, so he just smiled because of such impatience. Hitting at a convenient moment, he lightly struck the boy's face. After that, the action goes into the arena, where they announce the beginning of the battle between the two stars, who will become the future leaders of the clan. The first was declared the candidate of the fiery sword, as well as Yanjun, the first heir to the Jiyu clan. Yanjun wondered why he should fight, especially with his sister. Recalling the events a few hours ago, the elder overcame the boy with only one blow. He was clearly impressed with his defeat. Yanjun noted that the elder should be evading, which he denied. He did not promise it, explaining that it was a duel to which they both agreed. In addition, he controlled the force, so Wujin would soon come to his senses. Janjun was worried that Wujin's father could come with claims, but the elder reassured him, assuring that there was no reason to worry. The head of the clan would not tell them anything. Yanjun, anxious for his family, worried and explained Abia that all responsibility was lying in the elder. However, she was even grateful for how he did with her brother. No one knows how much more thanks could be done by Wujin. She was convinced that she was an elder planned to quench her brother. The elder was surprised by the girl's reaction, because he really was just looking for entertainment in battle. Yanjun wondered how such a person could be made by an elder. It seemed that he was digging a pit. At that moment, the frightened Salt grabbed his shoulder. He reassured the girl, promising that they would soon escape from Uncle Bear. However, the girl was delighted with the power of the elder, and Yangun was only surprised by her childhood immediacy. It is amazing how she became a rescuer in the world. Moved by the attention of Salt, the elder decided to make her a gift. He pulled out a small honey cookie from the collar, and the girl immediately said that she liked Uncle Bear. Noticing the upset look of Yanjun, the elder decided that he also wanted to taste cookies, and promised to find treats for him. After that, he told the boy that after a meeting of the Union of Dragons, he was waiting for a demonstration battle. Currently, her sister wondered why Yangun did not take a sword with him, looking at him with misunderstanding. However, the boy did not even remember to ever use the weapon. Yanjun knew that their family fiery wheel could be combined with different weapons, but it best works with swords and fists. He believed that he was more suitable for a burning fist, so he gave up the sword. At that moment, Joan stated that she was indifferent how Janjun would fight. He was amazed at how frankly her viciousness was manifested. The girl was delighted with the occasion of legitimately straightening her brother, and also humiliated in front of the crowd. Watching this insane situation, Yanjun could not understand why the elder decided to arrange a demonstration battle. As soon as Janjun learned about the future duel, he felt excited about the opportunity to compete against his older sister. The elder explained his decision that he does not want to disappoint people in their clan. But the boy saw a real reason on his face, the old man just looking for entertainment. Yanjun decided to surrender halfway during the battle, but the elder warned him, in this case he will have the same fate as Wujin. The boy could not understand why the old man so persistently sought to humiliate him in the eyes of all who gathered in the arena. The elder was surprised that Yangun had already resigned with defeat. In fact, the young man just didn't want to waste his only chance for a new life. He considered it futile to spend power on battle that was not even in the previous life. especially against the older sister, who surpassed him in many aspects. Yenso, having taken a fighting position, decided to take revenge on the fact that only because of his birth, the husband was destined to become the next chapter. She frankly confessed that her hatred of him is unspeakable, and without warning, she suddenly attacked. However, Janjun managed to evade her attacks every time. During the battle, Jones realized that her brother had barely reached the second star. Therefore, she was convinced that he would not be able to evade her blows for a long time. Yangun also understood her intentions, but he managed to avoid strokes because he was ahead of the girl's movements for half a second. However, the breath became more difficult, the obvious sign that the strength is on the verge. He did not know how to proceed and hesitated whether to take the risk of getting a blow. He was wondering if he could withstand at least one of her attacks. At that moment, Jones was approaching his brother, reproaching him for being able to flee. Janso grabbed her brother for her clothes, trying to hit him. However, the boy managed to slip, though at the expense of a torn cape. Her attack was so powerful that she cut her clothes in half, leaving a perfectly even cut. Yanchun noted that her blow was too predictable, which only simplified for him evasion. He suggested that his sister invent a new approach, while striking what a strong thirst for his blood was, because she managed to cut his clothes so easily. The girl confessed that she has had the inability to become a leader only because she was a woman. Despite all her efforts, she was annoyed that he was chosen by Yanjun, who was waste of life without any purpose, only because he is a man. She was convinced that her brother did not understand what a real life was. Yanjun paid attention to how she enveloped the sword with a fiery aura and realized that it was too much. Her strength clearly exceeded the level of the third star. He had to dodge constantly, and his sister again and again accused him of constant escapes. Janso was well aware of how powerless he was before her writing. He has never made workout efforts. She said, if he decided to live such a worthless life, it would be better for him to disappear. Directing his gaze in his face, she ordered him to disappear as his mother once did. These words brought Yanjun out of equilibrium. He grabbed a girl's hand at her hand, that her sword immediately faded. Yanjun, with her gaze, ordered to repeat what he said. The girl remembered her older sister, who was really outstanding. At the age of 15, she received the title of Phoenix's Sword, and at 20 honors graduated from the Academy of Divine Dragon and became the 5th sword of the clan. Everyone recognized her abilities, but she would still not be allowed to take the post of head, and this was decided before the birth of a concubine's son. She felt hatred for him. Although they were only semi-native, Yanjun's mother always treated her with kindness, and Yenso even sympathized with her stepmother. She has already resigned to her brother, and suddenly one day his mother just disappeared. The father forbade her to seek, and everyone resigned to it. It was then that Janjun began to hurt everyone. However, his position on the future head of the clan remained adamant. Only men could control the clan. Their ignoring the efforts of the Yenso has led to the fact that Janjun, gifted with numerous undeserved privileges, began to cause it more and more annoyance and hatred. Looking into his eyes, she suddenly felt fear. Having bounced back, she realized that she had to say it. But the boy was instantly behind her back. His fist froze from her face. According to their duel, Abia, amazed at the sight, watched. Although Yenso and Yangun were peers, the girl was far superior to her brother in strength and skill. Noticing they did not cease to whisper, she addressed the maid with the question of whether she was able to hear something. Wujin approached and explained that it was impossible. The second elder created energy barriers that hide their conversation. Seeing his brother's crumpled face, Abia advised him not to even try to introduce themselves to their family name in this condition and suggested to stay in the rooms until the swelling came down. Having joined the sister, Wujin noted the skills of participants who have already reached 3 stars. Abia was delighted with graceful movements and excellent control of the girl's internal energy. However, Wujin was much more amazed at how the younger brother of the Phoenix Sword avoided. It was at this point that his sister's servant explained to the owner that both children belonged to the younger Phoenix Sword. At that time, Woojin realized that even in the GU clan, there were interesting children whom he never guessed. His insightful and cunning look was a little embarrassed by his sister. She recalled his words of the desire to have fun until he became the head. She realized that when it happened, a spark in his eyes would probably disappear. At this point, the battle continued, and the sister became clear that she urgently needed to evade. It was impossible to lose a chance for a direct blow. Looking at her frantic anger, Janjun noted that she has the right to hate him, because he once survived such feelings. Her words struck him, but he understood her feelings perfectly. He hoped that she would be able to understand the cause of his current actions. After these words, he used his technique, exhaling the flames directly in her face. Then he struck his fist directly in her face. Yinso fell to the ground without his senses. The match officially ended with the victory of Yanjun. Later, sitting on a bench, he confessed that he did not intend to win and did not even imagine that he could overcome her with the other star. Therefore, he hoped that this would not have serious consequences. He still remembered her words, from which his mood became more gloomy. At this point, alarmed Muon and Assault came to him, asking if everything was fine with the young master and whether he had harm. The boy wondered what was happening inside. Muon sincerely confessed that everyone who was previously confident in the defeat of Janjun now only admire his victory. It was not strange. Everyone was considered an exile, around which dirty rumors were worn. And here, unexpectedly, he defeated the rising star of the clan. However, the second elder slightly discharged the atmosphere, switching the attention of the dragons to those present. At this point, Visola drew attention to the bloody hand of Yanjun. He explained that this indicates its inability to fully control internal energy. The girl began to bandage his hand, despite the fact that Janjun asked her not to do it. However, the girl made every effort, but nothing happened. With tears in her eyes, she apologized to the fact that she could not do everything properly and relieve his pain. Appearing, Woojin also expressed his sympathy about the pain that the young owner feels. After that, he decided to officially congratulate the new owner and introduce himself. Hiding behind the back of the maid, Avaya pleaded her brother as soon as possible. The older brother just laughed, remembering that his sister was the bride of the young owner. He understood that it could have caused her inconvenience, so he suggested using this opportunity to communicate. Yangon was restraining about the guy's intentions, but he noted that it was a great opportunity to make a connection and suggested friendship. Yang Tuzun tried to explain that he had the benefit of getting closer. However, Woojin confessed that he did not expect their family to hide such talent. He considered only his elder sister. Yanjun was surprised when he remembered his older sister and realized that Woojin was personally familiar with her. Smiling, he noted that he had a close relationship with the girl, though he was not sure whether she reciprocated. Shortly after their conversation, Woojin decided to leave, but Avia remained. Yanjun asked if she had something she would like to say. Having apologized, she remembered the day when she hit him with a chair at all his strength. However, Yangun was the first to apologize. He realized that he had humiliated her when he called his daughter a concubine. He acknowledged that he was immature and clearly crossed the border, so he just got a blow. She has nothing to apologize. These words were genuinely surprised by Abia. Smiling, she thanked the Yanjuan for understanding. Departing, she only asked him not to lose what her brother gave her. It was his personal sign. They said goodbye, and Yangun, looking after them, realized that he had many more cases and corrections before him. Soon they went home, and the head of the salts stirring firmly on the shoulders of another maid when she deservedly plunged into sleep. Yanjun plunged into thinking. As he did not try, it was impossible to remember the battle with his sister in his past life, especially the victory over her. With the advent of Salt as a maid, his familiar past has changed so dramatically that it was difficult to recognize. The young heir could not understand whether the little manifestation of kindness could influence the development of events. Therefore, when he returned home, he decided to act decisively. But suddenly he felt something unusual. Turning to his guard, the young gentleman ordered the test to check the demonic sensor. It was surprised by Muena. He explained that although the Lord's feelings were suggested about something unusual, the sensor remained calm, although he usually responded automatically to the appearance of the gate nearby. Yangon was already going to relax, but at that moment, the leaf suddenly illuminated. The guard immediately ordered everyone to stop. The young man announced the detection of a demonic fault, ordering to prepare for battle. Despite the fact that the safety of the owner was in priority, the heir himself went outside, which caused great concern to the Muon because it was extremely dangerous around. The security guard persistently explained to his master that now it was not the time for careless actions, but he refused to listen. Instead, the young owner pointed to the man in the crack that was ahead. This portal was different from the usual, it was bright green. They looked closer as wolves jumped out of the portal. Yanzun knew that the bright green gates pose a minimal threat, but there were some nuances. Beating with the attackers, he realized that the situation is under control. From the past life, the young man remembered that the characteristic weakness of the monsters is a demonic stone. One of them was able to snatch directly from the head of the monster. For monsters, these stones were like a heart. It was necessary to remove them, and the creature immediately died. However, the young gentleman did not notice how another wolf stood up behind. Again he tried to snatch a stone, but after the destruction of only 2 monsters, its energy is almost exhausted. It was extremely difficult to maintain a fiery ring. To survive, he had to use this technique. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Muin came to defend the heir. The faithful security guard, having stood in front of his master, entered the fight with the attackers and soon won them. Yangon was amazed. He did not even know that his defender was so powerful. Convinced the destruction of the monsters, Muon decided to check if everything was fine with his friend. The young owner is slightly aware, thanked the guard for salvation. As it turned out, Muyen coped with all the problems. Fortunately, few monsters and all of them were low level. The faithful guard could not understand why his ward was dangerous, risking injury. But the young man carelessly replied that everything was completed well and there was no reason to worry. Pointing to his hand, which emitted the purple glow, Muan hinted that he was wrong. At the same moment, Yanjun engulfed incredible pain. The telecrantor, without noticing this, explained that next time the young gentleman should find a safe place for shelter. When the young man could no longer stand and shouted, everyone noticed his suffering. After leaning to the ground, the heir could not understand where this evil feeling came from his body. Although he did not master the art of Heavenly Demon, he had the ability to absorb demonic energy. Looking at his hand, he was clearly aware that he had mastered the magic of absorption from a demonic well. Memories of the past life appeared in memory, where he performed the task of a demonic cult. Then a warrior, already deprived of his hands and weapons, asked Yanju why he did so. The defeated did not understand why the young man showed such cruelty, killing many people, but he just remained silent. The man hoped to hear the last words from the blade that cuts plum petals, but he remained in silence. At that moment, looking at the cut down of his leader, a warrior swept away despair. And then Ms. Yanjin came to the stage. Assessing the extent of the destruction, she acknowledged that the result was quite acceptable. Going down to the young man, the mentor made it clear that this is not enough to meet her requirements. She confessed that thanks to his efforts, she was a little pleasure. She ordered young Tuna with a smile to lift her head to receive the reward. Suddenly, a strange flame escaped from the hands of the young owner. Considering him, the young man could not understand this feeling. As if the fiery ring cleared the demonic energy, but the young man realized that it had absorbed it. This has never been in the past life. At that moment, the wounded, in addition to Moon, also ran, trying to bring him to his senses. When he came to his senses, Yangun began to calm the audience. He explained that he had suffered more than expected. Mon decided to find a doctor, but the young master assured him that all is well. The heir decided to hide the strange events that happened to him. If people learn about his ability to absorb demonic energy, he or she exactly avoid many problems. At this point, the salt, with his eyes full of tears, looked carefully at the young man, trying to understand whether he causes him pain. Her sincere anxiety annoyed Yanjun as she frankly confessed that his face was looking more painful than usual. Another assistant approached the salt and explained that her task is to help the owner, not to annoy him. At this time, Muon suggested that the young owner buy a therapeutic tool in the nearest store, but the heir was convinced that with his health everything was fine. He only had to rest and everything would be in place. So he suggested that the path continue. Considering the stone in his hand, the young master realized that he no longer feels demonic energy in the body. Obviously, the fiery ring still affected it. Judging by how the stone lost its luster, all its energy was exhausted. Be that as it may, now it is not time to think about it. You need to move forward. Soon, Yangun, together with the guard and Solo, found themselves on the market in the nearest city. The girl looked at honey cookies with delight, asking to buy it fervently. But when the young man refused, she was surprised. Why did he take her with him at all if he was about to starve? In response, Yangun recalled that when he declared his affairs in the market, she herself stuck to him, fulfilling his grandfather's an order to always follow the heir. Man himself was intrigued. What task brought the owner to the market? He has not yet recovered after a recent incident, so the faithful security guard believed that if it is not urgent, the young man was better to return home and rest well. The guard suggested that if a young man was looking for something specific, he could help with the search. Yanchun thanked the willingness to help, but noted that the moment had not yet come. However, at that moment the heir noticed something interesting. Stopping, he began to look at the dark lane. It was that they had to go there. Moon did not know what was waiting in that ominous place, but Yanjun ordered the Saline to return to the clan mansion, promising to come to the evening. The guard had to accompany him. The embarrassed Yu couldn't understand why the young master sends her, despite his grandfather's order. However, the young heir decided to bribe the girl skillfully, offering her 10 honey baking if she returns home immediately. The young maid agreed, but still managed to lay an additional portion of dumplings. As a result, Yangun agreed to her conditions. They quickly shook their hands, fixing the agreement, and everyone dispersed in their business. Walking after the owner, Muyin could not understand where they were going. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, they got to the right place. The vigilant guard wisely noted that this lane looks quite dangerous. Yanchun was well aware of this, but did not see the reason to give up his visit. Finally, he found the building that interested him. In fact, the young man worried that he may not be here. Muyin continued to unravel his ward's intentions. It seemed to him that the behavior of the young owner was suspicious, from yesterday's events in the outer yard and ending with his current visit. This is not surprising, because the experienced guard had a wonderful sense. Finally, they went inside, and the guard immediately grabbed the sword's hand. There, people did not understand who this stranger who entered, and even brought a child with him. The bandits thought that the man probably tracked them, so they thought about how to do it. As soon as they saw the sword in his hands, they decided that it was better to end with an uninvited guest immediately. Hearing this, Muon became more careful, while Yangun remained unmoved. Finally, a man with a small candlestick appeared and explained to the boy that for excursions this place was not suitable. However, the young heir, smiling, reported that he had come here to fulfill the order. These words were quite surprised by the leader of the robbers, and he decided to offer the boy the trials, to tear his tongue and look at his reaction. At that moment, Moon was even more angry, but Yanjun ordered him to retreat. Turning to the bandits, the young gentleman realized that they immediately realized who he was as soon as he crossed the threshold. They feared that the clan might want to clear this place. However, the young man assured that he did not have such plans and advised people, until the situation turned into what they were afraid, it is worth inviting him to a regional manager. The man acknowledged it too bold. He wondered where this guy had such words, and suggested that he read books about courtesy. While he was talking, the bandits began to surround the aliens, which only caused a smile in Yanjun. Smiling, he gave the interlocutor a similar advice to which he answered with a fuck. Marking, the leader became more serious. He ordered his people to grab the two. At the same moment, the bandits attacked the guests, surrounding them from all sides. However, the experienced Muon did not give the bandits to touch the young owner. He lightly cut his throat to anyone who dared to send a blade to him. After that, all the warriors immediately froze, realizing the danger that it is. The leader was also worried, realizing that before him a descendant of the clan, and therefore he was surrounded by the best guards. He considered it absurd to call a regional manager through a child. Because of this, he did not know how to proceed. However, a robber suddenly appeared and informed the captain that the regional leader asked to pass him with an important message. The man was worried, but still dared to ask what the manager wanted from him. Watching their conversation, Yangun realized that they thought something. In this case, they did not have a different choice. Turning to the Muon, he was about to order to kill all these people. However, it was at this moment that the captain ordered the guard to lower his sword. The captain then pointed to the room where they were already waiting for the regional manager. It seems that Yanjun was annoyed. He could not understand why it could not be done before. The young owner instantly ordered the Muna to hide the sword, and they moved to the designated door. The faithful security guard still did not understand what was happening, but Yangun explained that he initially planned to turn to the Gang of the Poor. This organization had some problems, although it was quite capable of entering the 10 largest sectors due to its extensive information network. However, they followed strict rules and avoided cases that could lead to trouble. The heir had a rather delicate request, so I had to contact others. As the poor shared information with the righteous, this place has become open to anyone who is ready to pay. It was a Hao gang, and the young owner had to turn to them. Going down, they found themselves in a tight cellar. They were met by a man who introduced himself as the head of the Shacks department. He apologized for the excessively aggressive behavior of the subordinates, because they were not used to taking such important guests. Yanjun, without delay, apologized and asked if he was ready to take up the task. At first, the guy wanted to understand why they turned to their small organization, not to the Gang of the Poor. The young heir explained that he had addressed them because the Gang of the Poor would not accept his order. Only the Hao gang could handle it. However, he was interested in the cause of such a request. Woja apologized and explained that the whole thing is in the name of Yanjun. They were forced to exercise caution and hoped for understanding. After the listened explanation, the young gentleman asked if they would take up his business. Obviously, Woj would not give up work if she was offered a generous reward. Yanjun, showing the picture, explained that he was looking for a guy for about 10 years, perhaps a little older. Wodya looked closely at the drawing. However, I had to review his opinion. Woj realized that he was not sure about their ability to help. Recently, a customer appeared in their gang who was not looking for a child, but the location of her guard. Yangun was surprised, but immediately with a sly smile suggested in exchange for the reward information about the leader of the gang. All present immediately grabbed the swords. Their swords were targeted directly on the face of a young gentleman. However, Moon reacted lightly and grabbed his sword, reminding of a non-aggression treaty. Woji rugged and asked the boy to ask where he had such knowledge. However, the boy decided not to disclose the source of his knowledge, noting that now the most important thing is their common interest. The manager became interested in how the guy can confirm the truth of the information provided. However, Yangun assured that they can check this information on their own. They were in a hopelessness, so they only had to weigh each step carefully. If they are indifferent, they can forget about this conversation. In that case, he will simply turn to the Gang of the Poor, which may be even more interesting. Woj had no other choice, so he agreed. Yangun asked about the search terms. Usually the search lasted about 3 months, which fully arranged the young owner. Going, he asked to inform him as soon as the right person was found. Noticing the sad facial expression, the heir decided to hint. He reported that the gang leader should be sought in the Rocky Mountains. The manager responded in surprise to the guy's words, but the guy explained that it was a kind of advance. As soon as the guests came out, the captain asked if the Wuji was believed by the boy's words. He acknowledged that, given the awareness of a young gentleman with a completely secret information about the disappearance of the gang leader, he would have to trust. However, he did not get rid of this irresponsible ribbon, teaching the exception of his guard, that could allow himself to be all aggressive acts. This information is probably not only known to him, the head of the GU clan is involved. Soon Vodja decided to remove the mask, the second skin that covered his face. The captain was surprised by such a rapid opening of the face. However, the manager explained that he had already panted from the mask, and besides, no one paid attention to him. Reflecting on the gang, he understood that they did not respect, not trust, and supported the former leader. That is why he decided to escape from the pursuers. Woods was very sad for his father and manager. At this point, Yangon and Muon left the building quietly. As the door closed behind them, the boy became easier, as if a huge burden had slipped from his shoulders. He was ready for open confrontation if the situation demanded, but he was incredibly lucky that he was able to use even the smallest grains of information. He knew that Chao's leader was passionate about the Dark Knight's palace over 5 years ago, which caused a conflict between the Hao gang and the palace. Alliance Marima suddenly attacked, causing the palace of the Dark Knight to fall, and the confrontation ended. In this battle, the gang leader died, which caused her collapse. However, the exact location of the palace of the Dark Knight remained a mystery. The young owner was lucky. His risky plan succeeded. The gang branch was on the spot, and he managed to meet her leader. It was a painstaking task, but it was necessary. It was necessary to find the right person, a young man who was destined to become a demonic cult in the future. At a young age, a tactical genius known as the brain of the demonic cult of the Celestial, Fan Juko was especially dangerous. To get rid of him, even Vihus was suffered through his shiny mind. If Janzun takes it in advance, it will significantly change the course of development of the demonic cult. At this point, Muon spoke and confessed to the master, who has no idea who he is looking for. However, the devoted guard was aware that if the searches really take 3 months, they would only know this information in the summer. It seems that the Hao gang was not as omnipotent as it was told in rumors. Janjun was also disappointed with the need to wait. Suddenly he was illuminated by the idea. He mentioned something, though he could not explain why. It seems that the secret room of the Ginchanyan clan, under the control of the First Trade Association, will be opened. Valuable spiritual relics inside the room were more important than countless wealth. The one who used these relics in the past life has turned into a semi-demon. He had virtually endless abilities. It was a serious problem, as did the secret room itself. Even if Yanjun wanted to do something, he was powerless, because the room was in a sekan. So the heir decided to simply ignore the events, because in any case he could not get into the region, and to find the right place in such a huge area was almost unrealistic. The young owner just decided to buy the promised honey gingerbread on his way back. At this time, when he returned home, Visoli talked to the young guard. He was timidly interested in the girl if she would like to meet him. It said that he wanted to make her happiest in the world. At about the same time, the second elder approached Vihmun. He calmly pointed out to the man that he missed several sheets. Smiling, the elder said that he had overcome a long way through a heavy boy Yanjun, not even knowing that Vihmun was also once a difficult young man. The grandfather laughed, but when the second elder ordered to work even more, it finally removed Vihmun. Vihmun warned that Gugu Ren can get into trouble. However, Gu Ren explained that he just tried to help the old man get used to the role of the servant of the clan. When you lose patience, Moon suggested that you demonstrate how to properly sweep the floor. Gu Ren was frightened that the broom was already broken. On this, you have suggested that you have a smile to make a new broom from him. In the end, the second elder had to collect chips alone. Vihmun doubted whether the jinn really came only to read the guy. The old man was smart, so Gwen asked if he noticed some oddities. This boy refused to train 6 months ago and constantly fled, but suddenly he wins his sister and his fire wheel became surprisingly stable. He considered Yanjun extremely talented and could not stay away. Vihmun confessed that he had never observed such rapid progress before in his life. Although he doubted that it was only in talent, the old man realized that from the very beginning there was something special in this child. And the first and the best is unlikely to just leave him alone, maybe the guy already thought. Gu-ren agreed with these words and tried to find the heir, although he realized that he was unlikely to plan something under a close look of so many people. At this time you were the salt, standing in front of a young gentleman, remembered the events of last night. She dreamed an alarming dream in which she hurt others. At first, the girl was not at all favorably treated with weapons, but her grandfather still forced her to participate in the battles. She did not want it, but she had to break into the homes to kill. There was even one man who smiled, realizing that he could come up with something better if he had more time. After that, he hit her sword in the stomach. The last she saw is his fault. Waking up from a terrible dream, the girl immediately rushed to the master, covered with fear. But the maid immediately ordered her to go to the yard. As a result, she came much earlier than Mr. Another man was already waiting in the yard, the one who promised to give her happiness, and with the young Mr. Saleh felt great. Finally, Yangon appeared and, seeing what was happening, frowned. He explained to the stranger that he was his maid and demanded to name his name. The young owner was amazed at how this brazen dared to ask for salt. In addition, the guy blushed like a girl, and it was disgusting. Janzun dreamed to flee sooner. At this point, the young man apologized to the heir for their former differences, although he did not even recognize him. Opening, he introduced himself as a juryob and expressed his desire to sparring with the offspring of a straight line of blood. However, Yangon just smiled and refused immediately. It really surprised Juroba, but still the young master remained in his decision. Juroboy seemed that he was ready to escape from fear, and Yanjun decided not to argue. However, the enemy believed that fleeing from someone was too humiliating. Yangon was amazed at the observation of this guy because he considered himself small and insignificant. In fact, the young heir was aware that he had already created many problems, having defeated his sister, and did not want to make the same mistake, going into battle with a stranger. In the end, the young gentleman decided to say goodbye and leave, but the road was blocked by Gu-ren. The elder explained that the young man would not be able to escape and should not dodge the duel, because the guy has gone a long way to meet him. At this point he bowed. Juryo congratulated the second elder. As it turned out, they were already familiar. It was the grandson of the first elder. Looking at the young man, Yangun finally recognized his face. The second elder was surprised that Jurob came to fight with a descendant, but he explained that the opponent was scared and gave up the fight. Jurobo calmly said that the order of battle was given by the first elder. It surprised Yanjun. In the beginning, he believed that another fan of martial arts came, but it turned out that the policy was involved in this case. Everyone knows that the first elder seeks power and only expects when the unable Yanjun will be at the head of the clan. After the realization that the victory over Johnson broke his plans, the elder decided to use his grandson to humiliate the heir again. Yangon again stated that he did not want to fight, despite the fact that Gu-ren asked him to change his decision. The guy understood that the result would be predictable. He would undoubtedly be defeated. However, the old man was convinced of his power, noting that Yanchun exceeded his sister. It was obvious even for an unprepared eye. The heir was not interested in vain battles or political intrigues. In the end, having seized the salt, he sought to take it with him. But Yurio prevented them quietly to continue their way. He kept the girl without letting her go. In addition, he stated that he considers Yanjun unworthy of her attention. Therefore, he could promise much if she preferred him instead of such a fool. However, throwing a cold look at the guy, Jangun ordered Jurob to pick up his hands and agreed to the duel, because he was ready to destroy the bundle right now. In the end, the opponents were on the training ground. Looking at his opponent, the young heir has already begun to regret his decision. At that moment, the second elder gently stroked him on his head. He believed that it would be fun, because fighting with different warriors helps develop skills. However, Yangun told Gu-ren that he had agreed to entertain him once. Now he would be guilty, regardless of the result of the fight. Gu-ren denied that nothing was guilty because Yanjun himself would be responsible if he loses, because he is the future leader. However, Yangun calmly explained that he did not plan to become a leader at all. It caused anxiety to a man. The man could not understand who would take the lead in the clan if not Yangun. In his turn, the heir remembered how in the previous life he refused to head the clan, although it seems that everyone was thinking differently. At this point, Yanjun put forward his wife's ultimatum. If he does not meet, he will have to crawl in the dust and ask for a mercy. Such a humiliating condition did not arrange the man at all, so he put on a proposal. However, he made a counter-demand. In exchange for the service, Yangun had to win. Finally, Jurab pulled out his sword and asked the opponent if he was ready to fight. Yangun smiled strongly. The guy asked for forgiveness, but the heir seemed to not understand what it was about. Then Juryo recalled how he went too far last. He had no idea that Yangun would, after that, he would spend the month in bed. The young gentleman, remembering it, realized that it was so long ago that he had forgotten about the events. Jurab confessed that he then considered Yanjun a real weak, so he kept at a distance. But later it was rumored that he defeated the second daughter of the head. Jurab considered it a coincidence and thought that his grandfather was in vain worried. Despite the fact that he was unpleasant to hurt the weak, the heir was increasingly bringing him out. Having charged his blade with fire energy, he stated that he did not want to see such a weak at the head of the clan. After that, Juryo looked at the second elder. He explained that in the event of a victory, he wanted to receive a service. The man considered such an offer honest, so he asked the boy what he really wanted. Juryo sought to get the affection of the maid, who was near him. It seriously angered the heir, and he promised to turn Juryo into a reflective. Watching Yanjun's excessive anger, Gu Ren just smiled. Opponents began a duel, standing against each other, surrounded by energy. Juryo wondered why Yanjun was delaying. He decided to give a chance to a weaker opponent take the first step. However, the young gentleman noticed that the opponent was nervous. In fact, Juryo believed that he was superior to Yanjun in everything, from internal energy to speed and strength, but still felt uncertain. Perhaps the reason was the opponent's aura. Although he understood that this guy was a continuous misunderstanding, he realized that all the forces were going only to resist the energy he radiated. Therefore, Juryo calmed down, realizing his much more power. Yanjun had less internal energy, so it exhales faster. He may have already been on the verge of his capabilities. Yanjun took a battle rack and decided to attack the first. Juryo did not have time to say how a young heir was lightning on his back. With one blow, he defeated his enemy. However, at the last moment, Juryo bounced. He praised Yanjun for a successful maneuver, although he noted that the guy was still moving a little slowly. But he miscalculated in the next moment the young man. The adverb already struck him with a blow in the face. But this was not enough. Its rotation increased, filled with fiery energy. Yanjun hit the enemy, causing a powerful splash of power. The next moment, Juryo was on all fours, difficult to cough blood. Yanjun, shaking his hand, just ordered the guy to rise so that he would not complain about a sudden attack. Substituting, he apologized for underestimating his opponent and lost his vigilance. He believed that Yanjun had already struck his blow, so he decided that his time was now to attack. Watching the young heir, Jurab realized that he would not be able to win him as quickly as it dreamed. Yangun understood that too. He had little time. If he does not have time to strike, he risks losing internal energy. However, he understood that to overcome a stronger opponent, it is better to direct all energy inside, strengthening your body. However, his body is not yet ready to cope with such force. With excessive tension, it can undergo overload. He has a maximum of 7 minutes to complete this fight. Yangun understood that fencing technique is based on the use of friction between the blade and the legs. If you are careful, you can predict its attack. The impact of the enemy was lightning. He barely had time to dodge. After that, a number of attacks followed, which was extremely difficult to evade the young owner. The movements of the Juryob were smooth and natural. It was clear that he made a lot of effort in training. But it also meant that if you beaten him from the panther, he would be lost. Therefore, instead of evading, Yangun immediately began to concentrate internal energy. At that moment, the Juryob had already sneaked from behind, preparing to strike a decisive blow. But the young heir at a decisive moment released all the accumulated energy. It was scared of Juroba, because he did not hope that the enemy would release such a powerful force. This moment became crucial for the result of the battle. Yangun immediately rushed at Joroba and hit his chest, winning. After such a powerful blow, the boy squeezed into the wall and she broke under his pressure. Going closer, Janjun decided to explain what exactly made him angry. Jorob could offend him, interpret as nothing and question his leadership. He was absolutely indifferent. However, Juryo had touched the holy, and such a young gentleman could not tolerate. The very fact that Budlet tried so easily to assign what he had no right to. Yanchun even thought of breaking his hand so that he would never decide to touch his ward again. It sounded seductively, so he rested on the thought of punishment. However, it was instantly stopped by the second elder. Having praised the guy, he suggested to finish the battle. When they remained alone, Gu Ren openly admitted that Yangun had overdo it. However, he did not see anything wrong with this, because Huryo was able to get up and go on his own. This testified that everything was fine with him. Gu Ren wondered how the boy was not at all concerned with the thought of the first elder. However, Yanjun did not worry. He did not intend to become a leader. At this point, Gu Ren began to reproach the heir, who, if not he, can become the leader of the clan. He is a direct heir. But Yanjun was not worried. Even you could do the salt. Gu Ren took it as a stupid joke, but Yangun was aware that it could be true. After all, you should soon master the sword, as it will be considered a purebred heir of the supreme sword. Therefore, he will personally teach her this art. Despite the fact that she only helped the house, he never saw her holding her sword. In addition, he did not remember that she was so inept. So he decided to remember how their meeting in his past life. Surprisingly, he didn't remember anything, though he was surprised how such important events could be forgotten. At that moment, he was watching the designed owner. He suggested that he struck his head during the battle. She jokingly suggested to hand her a clan until the angels had yet taken it to heaven. Observing their disputes, Gu Ren decided to move off unnoticed, suggested that Yanjun rest after the battle. However, the young gentleman stopped the elder. Smiling, he recalled that he gave him a certain promise. Dissatisfied, Gu Ren asked if the guy needed money or food. However, Yangun sought a completely different. He was convinced that Gu Ren was able to solve even more difficult things. After that, he pointed out the elder in something in the distance, and he demanded to fulfill his promise and deliver it to Sichin. Gu Ren clearly could not understand the reason for such a requirement. The guy smiled. I am sure that the second elder could undoubtedly be able to handle it. The man was interested in why Yangun did not go there. Initially, Gu Ren was worried, suspecting that the heir would require almost impossible, but this task was much easier. However, he understood that the elder himself knew perfectly. The son of the head of the clan could not just wander where he pleases. Probably he has a good reason to go so far. The elder explained that he could inform the intention to visit the exhibition of weapons. This thought really impressed the boy. He mentioned that the weapon exhibition is an annual event for which other clans gather in Sichan to show weapons created by their skilled blacksmiths. The second elder realized that he had no need to participate directly in the event. It was a great cover. Then the young heir calmly explained that he only joked about his plans and suggested that Gu Ren pay a reward. However, the elder realized that the boy was absolutely necessary to get there. He had no idea that puberty would be such a terrible thing. Tired of these conversations, Yangun asked the elder at least to give him spiritual pills. Without listening to anyone, Gu Ren got to his feet and decided to send the boy as soon as possible. Yang Tuzun was even worried, offering another reward instead. However, the elder has already finally decided on the decision, noting that the guy should go immediately. The young owner explained that it was impossible. He needs to gather, as well as to inform all Gai Reina. At this point, everyone has already received an urgent order to immediately send the young owner to Sichan. The preparation began without delay. It was not half an hour, as the boy was already sitting in a carriage and went on the road. The second elder waved his hand joyfully, wanting to have a good time. Together with Gu Ren, he also waved his farewell, but he did not have such a joyful appearance. He immediately decided to go back to work and called Gu Ren for help. It surprised the man, but V Moon explained that it is unreasonable to translate all the work on the old man. It was angered by Gai Ren, but he confessed that he was bored, so he decided that the old man listened to him. At this point, it became clear. Gu Ren was so quickly pushed the guy to pour out his anxiety. Gu Ren sincerely confessed that a few days ago the head of the clan asked him about an immortal doctor. It seems that his interest in the immortal doctor has grown every day, so the elder sought to find out what Munova needed a doctor. However, the man did not answer, and Gu Ren realized that there was no point in asking. He suggested changing the topic to discuss his granddaughter. He was interested in why you look like an ordinary man. This remark was angry with Muna. The magical blades shone around him when he strictly warned the man to watch in his own words. However, Gu Ren understood that if you were a man, he would have felt her presence in the same way as the presence of Muna himself. The intensity of each person's aura is unique. From the first meeting at the collection of the Union of Dragons, he paid attention to the girl. Her presence seemed barely tangible. Gai Ren suggested that V Moon was looking forward to the help of an immortal doctor with his supernatural abilities, but it would be better to just give up, because he was well aware that it was not a disease. However, the old man ordered Gu Ren to silence, assuring that you are a salt, an ordinary man. In the end, Gu Ren got bored of controversy and he decided to agree. He understood the desire of Muna to protect your baby. He decided not to refuse the old one and warned, if you are a person really a person, then he needs to restore lost human qualities. However, MUN was ready to even sacrifice your life to only protect your granddaughter from the threat. However, a few hours later, the Supreme Sword realized that you had disappeared. One evening, the carriage stopped, and Moon suggested to cook something. However, the maid knew that there was little food and preferred to keep it for the future. So, the guard decided to find out where the owner went, and found that the boy was training while everyone else was resting. It seemed to Moon that Yanjun was bored, but in fact, he was extremely focused on his workouts. He worked out the techniques again and again until he completely got out of strength. Although the training did not last long, its internal energy reserves have already been exhausted. They have been on the road for 10 days, but despite constant training, it has not noticed any progress. The biggest problem in the battle with Jorobo was limited inland energy, because it was dependent on all martial arts. Therefore, it was urgent to replenish it. He remembered the moment when he absorbed energy. The demonic well could absorb force from demonic stones and spiritual pills. Absorption changes in the body and soul, but for some reason the fire wheel was able to clean this energy. He felt that the demonic energy had disappeared and decided that the consequences were avoided. However, the well was still the technique of the heavenly demon. So you should not use this technique again. After receiving the second chance of life, it was impossible to go on the dark way again. Suddenly he heard a loud cry. Turning, he saw a bright flame. The shout came from his carriage. Yangan immediately ran to Moon to find out what happened. The guard only calmly pointed the boy on the carriage. The young gentleman opened the carriage door to understand what happened. In a carriage, he noticed the salt hidden there. She embarrassed the master and explained that she decided to join the trip with him. Earlier, when the carriage was going on the road, her grandfather forbade her to go, believing that she was lacking in business skills. However, the girl did not understand the prohibition, because last time, my grandfather released her. Grandpa explained that then there was a Congress of the Union of Dragons, where there were many experienced people ready to assist in the event of unforeseen situations. There will be no such luxury in the Sikan. In the end, the girl did not find what to deny her grandfather, so he suggested helping her with the transfer of things. The salt grabbed the sadness of the thought that she would no longer see the young gentleman. She was aware that she did not best handle his home responsibilities, and knew that the owner did not tolerate the inept people, so she decided to stay. Suddenly she heard a strange voice that urged her to stop. The girl looked around confusedly, trying to understand where this strange voice came from. It seemed as if the sound was heard from one of the boxes, but no one was there. Suddenly, the invisible force pushed it, forcing it to fall next to the stocks. Sol was angry, considering it a pointless joke. But at that moment, it began to cover invisible hands. The more the girl resisted, the more she was drawn into sleep. Finally, she fell asleep, and a mysterious stranger, looking at her, just apologized. Finally, the carriage went on the road along with a dumbly solo. The mysterious voice with her eyes realized that he would now depend on the girl. Yangtun and his servants told this story of Sola. However, all three were confused, as if they did not believe her words. She assured that the truth was saying, and everything happened that way. However, the young gentleman could not believe that a ghost was really attacked. Yanchun wanted to get her home, but they had already gone too far, so they decided to continue the journey together. During the trip, you noticed the owl and began to tell you once tasted the same bird. When they passed the squirrel, it turned out that the smart girl had already tasted them. After a moment of silence, Yangun realized that it was necessary to order the guards to return the fugitive, but there was little food stocks. It could not even provide them with products for the return road. At that moment, V-Soul decided to exchange honey cookies for the worm who had time to catch. Angry, Jeshun threw out the last cookie so that it would not receive a restless companion. Then he seriously regretted that he did not send her home. Under the shimmer of the moonlight, the young man suddenly saw something unusual. He turned to Muen, but he had already noticed a threat and ordered everyone to stop. Yangan was upset because the journey did not do without trouble. This time, 4 gates opened, and the monsters began to appear from there. The guards destroyed enemies one by one. The last monster rushed directly to Yanjun. The young owner had time to fill his body with internal energy to strike. But suddenly a mysterious warrior appeared and impressively easily overcome the monster with his sword. With one smooth motion, he spread the bear in half. Stopping, the stranger apologized for failing to overcome numerous monsters faster. At this point, Vi-Sol, she waved his hand to the girl warrior. When she turned, Yanjun's face was distorted by horror. He immediately recognized this familiar figure. She was quietly wondered if they were not going to Sichan. But in the memoirs of Yanjun, she appeared completely different. She appeared in his past as a cruel woman, not like a quiet woman that she begged her now. She called herself the assembly bias. Yanjun remembered his past life. After the battle, crows of enemies flew. Looking at the blood flooded, the guy was surprised by the striking number of dead. And this woman, ignoring his questions, was only interested in the words of the cult leader. She ordered the Bia, but by the time Janjun reached, and already staged a real massacre. Ignoring the offensive words, she only asked if the head called her. Yanchun assured that he could not be mistaken with information and suggested that her follow him. However, the assembled could not even determine the direction. The young owner wondered, how can such a ruthless killer be so scattered? During their walk, Bei asked about the power of the Supreme Sword. Yangun immediately noted that the Supreme Sword belonged to their leader. However, the girl's curiosity did not disappear. She wanted to compare her ability with the skills of their leader. These questions were annoyed by the guy. He decided to study the obsessive companion. Focusing inner strength, he directed her on Bu. However, she only had time to grasp the sword as the energy had already split in half. Behind her back, a powerful explosion struck, and the face of the warrior remained unmoved. Having switched to Yanjun, she asked if he wanted to fight. However, the guy, tired of her short-sightedness, explained that they should move on. She stopped halfway again, so he sharply ordered her to silence and follow him. Yanjun warned, if the Nazun Bia is talking about the Supreme Sword again, he will break it into pieces. Despite the threats, she noticed a trail that allowed the path. As soon as the guy turned as she had disappeared. This finally brought him out of balance. He reached the right place in one day, while the assembled Bia, after their separation, wandered 4 days. Now, after meeting her, Janjun lied to the girl, saying that they were going to another city and cannot bring her with them. In fact, he almost lost his mind, thinking returning to such a misunderstanding. In addition, Yangun explained that no one was obliged to believe her words about belonging to the Nazan clan. It seems that the girl was really surprised by such distrust. She decided to prove her correctness, and suddenly her whole body shined with bright lightning. The young man immediately realized that it was a form of a sword. Muen squeezed his weapon, realizing how dangerous this technique can be. But before he had to do something, there was a powerful explosion that, however, did not touch anyone. Bia calmly explained that it was all that she could demonstrate at the moment, because she was still in the study process. She considered it a rather convincing proof. Yanjun really believed that she belonged to the Nazun clan, and apologized for having to prove it. But he explained that he could not bring such a powerful warrior. Soon the pads stopped on vacation and a snack. The Nazun Bia was settled nearby, who decided to fry the frog for lunch. Jansen thought why she stayed nearby. He just rejoiced that she would not argue and leave as the warrior joined the carriage. The young gentleman could not understand why she was going with them, if he explained that they were not heading to Sikan. He decided not to pay attention to her, pretending that she was gone, and warned the Salt to stay away from the mysterious companion. However, the Salt was already near the BIA, telling her how to eat frogs. At this point, dissatisfied Yangun suddenly intervened, stopping it. He could not understand what the maid was doing, and she only calmly explained that she decided to help the new acquaintance with dinner. The Nazan BI looked carefully at Yanjun. He decided to tell what seemed strange from the meeting. Why did the daughter of such a famous clan travel lonely? She awkwardly explained that she went on the way with the group, but later lost that, given the circumstances, she did not surprise. The guy realized that the lack of feeling directly in her was always, both in her past life and now, and it was hardly changed. So Yangun asked why she continued to follow them, because they explained that they did not go to the Sakans. Bia replied that her intuition suggests that they were moving in the right direction, although it allows the possibility of error. After these words, the Saline became sad, and she looked carefully at the owner's face. And then she was frightened, believing that they really did not go to the Sichans. Yanchun finally realized that it was necessary to send it as far as possible. Finally, he decided not to interfere. Let him go if he wants, but will not help her either. The girl again called her name, although Yanjun remembered him so well. Yanjun also asked the Nazun to introduce her once she did it. The young master introduced himself to another name. In particular, he called himself the name of Jurobu, the grandson of the first elder from the Gu clan. 2 days have passed since he felt the reproach of conscience. They continued their journey quietly, and you went out of the carriage once after a while to chat with Bia. Naturally, I had to slow down the pace, since Yanjun did not want to take the white in the carriage, and the Salt did not intend to leave a new girlfriend. Yanjun wondered how many more would you have to travel. Now, at such a speed, they will need to go for 3 more days, while they would have arrived in 1 day. Moon could not understand why the owner was so persistently on his own, and suggested to put a companion in a carriage to get to his destination faster. Yangan was aware that he has virtually no other options. As a result, Yanjun suggested going to a carriage and going to a city that was already visible at the bottom of the mountain to think about a further plan. When the evening came, they were in the village. The young master was glad that they would not have to spend the night in the open air. At this time, Vaisola suggested her new girlfriend to sleep together. Bia was surprised by her kindness. Yanchun was angry, seeing the salt on his back, and ordered the maid to climb. However, the BI's assumption explained that the girl had her legs tired. Yanjun recalled that they were almost reaching the place, so the distance was small, and asked the salt again. At this point, the girl saw that people were approaching. All the views went to the white. Among those who arrived was her brother, who hurried to her sister. Running to her, Nazun Chonjun asked where she disappeared, because they did not even imagine how long she had been looking for. He remembered how he offered to tie them with a rope, but she denied. It seemed inconvenient to walk so much. Nevertheless, the brother noted that it was better than just disappearing, because he was very worried. Then he asked who was sitting on her back. The girl introduced herself lively and pointed to her master. Yang Tuzun looked carefully at the younger brother of Bei, realizing that before him the future lightning sword. He is one of the 5 most prominent swords in Murim and the current lightning dragon. His name is Chonjun's Nazun. I welcomed the guest during the meeting. The young assembly laughed uncertainly, considering Joroba too friendly. After that, he became serious, clasped, and asked how he ended up with his sister. Yangon explained that they were accidentally meeting the road and she joined them. At this, Bi immediately reminded that he claimed that they were not going to cancer and forced her to walk. The Chonjun Najun, as if not hearing it, just thanked the satellite, realizing that her sister had created a lot of trouble for them. He offered to spend the night together because they had good enough places for everyone. Yangun refused, realizing that he no longer wanted to deal with this crazy family. In addition, he was sure that they would find a place to stay overnight. However, when the Muon appeared, he explained that there were no free rooms in the city. Yangun was ready to spread the camp. The guard with tears in his eyes recalled that they had spent several nights in the open air and he does not want to sleep again in the open. As a result, there was no other choice, and the young master accepted the proposal of Namjun Chonjun. Glaya on them, Yanjun mounted, that the first name of the assembled Baya became a pod of the heavenly demon, was the streaming of the united clan. She killed the students and the head of the guild, becoming an empress of the demonic blade, and began her way to glory. He was always interested in why she hated her people so much that she treated them cruelly. Although, with his brother, they seemed to have full harmony now. He was much more interested in the secret technique of the clan, the form of the ruling sword. It seemed that the Najunbia was much stronger than her brother, but at the same time, she had neither title nor glory. The brother also seemed to be a normal guy, so Yanjun tried to understand where the trick could be here. Leaving the room, he immediately met with Nastyun Chonjun. Greetings to the young man, Yangun asked how he slept and expressed his gratitude for the luxury room. Instead of greeting, Chongjun's Najun just walked past, pushed his shoulder sharply. Then he ordered to remember his place. Yangzun opened his mouth wide with surprise. However, Chonjun explained that he tried to make pleasantness, and this brazen did not feel the mood at all. He warned that he did not even look at his sister. He could not understand how Yanjun managed to seduce her, but if he saw them together again, he would cut it in half, and with a girl who will decide to rise on his back, will do even tougher. As soon as the assembly of Bia appeared from the door, his face changed instantly. He welcomed the guest, and then invited his sister to breakfast. Yangtun realized that their whole family was abnormal. Soon, he noticed his guard, who, having congratulated the young owner, was going to report the affairs of the Nazun clan. However, Yanjun instructed not to mention them, and asked when they went. It turned out that the carriage is ready, and after breakfast, they can continue the trip. The young master rejoiced that at least his guard was reliable. Without giving any explanation, he suggested in a hurry, believing that this family should depart as soon as possible. Going to the dining room, he saw Salt. The Bai's assumption apologized to Jensen, who did not have time to say hello to him. At this time, Vaisola suggested that Mr. Tastefood. They were served delicious dumplings. Looking at the girls, Yangun thought if you really had to have breakfast together. He noted that you have breakfast with him, so it is not necessary to sit with Bia, and suggested that her eat with her family. However, the girl explained that she just won a vacant place. Yanjun noted that the white brother was looking at him as if he wanted to eat. The assembled did not believe the white. As soon as she returned, she saw that her brother was acting fine again. Yangan did not understand the intentions of the white, and hoped that it was their first and last meeting before the weapon. He realized that it is time to go, praying not to face this family anymore. He said goodbye to Bia, wished delicious, and tried to leave. Suddenly Bia felt a strange smell. At that moment, a brother who looked dissatisfied. He reminded his sister that they were always sitting at one table, and could not understand why she decided to sit separately this time. She only explained that it was more convenient to sit here. The brother insisted that the next time she would not leave them. The girl just apologized. Watching how Janjong and his company are moving, she immediately rose and moved them. The brother did not know where her sister was going, but she assured him that she was planning to rest. In fact, she followed the Salt and her companions to hold them. At this time, Namjoon Chonjun was overwhelmed by the annoyance. He did not suffer when someone invaded his relationship with his sister. When the night came and Yeonjun with their retinue moved away, he was interested in why the assassination bias still accompanied them. She clarified that she just wanted to accompany them. He accepted her explanation, but it seemed strange why she was traveling with them, while her family was in a nearby carriage. Sola explained that it was she who invited her, and at that moment, Yeonjun lost his self-control. He ordered the Muna to land immediately, but he denied. In this case, they would walk and slow down the way. He asked the young gentleman to suffer a little because they almost arrived. Finally, they got cities that for centuries were home for the most famous clans of righteous. The Nazun clan was responsible for the severity, Hebei for power, and Muyin for agility. The Tan clan was a little inferior, but was famous for its weapons and poisons. Their exhibition was eagerly demonstrated. Yeonjun has only 3 days to find the treasury before the exhibition is completed. All he knew about her is that she is located somewhere in this place, but he had no idea how to find treasures in such a huge city. If you do not succeed, you will have to turn to the gang of the poor, because time is not on its side. View Sol excitedly exclaimed, admiring the city. In doing so, she scared the young gentleman. For the first time, the girl was at a height where the cool wind prevailed. In a smile, she paid the attention of Yeonjun to the charming dance of the fireflies in the moonlight. In addition, she told him about a magical lake that flicked in the distance. Taking it by the hand, she suggested going and looking. Finally, they were near a wonderful lake. Looking at the lake, the heir realized that it was really enormous, as he was told. It was surprised by the huge size of the Tang clan. In their territory, there was a whole forest. At that moment, the girl, hiding behind the flowers, suggested that Yeonjun find her, but he had no mood to play. V. Salt apologized because she only tried to cheer him up. Yangun explained that she would not be able to help, so it was not necessary to worry. However, the girl was convinced of the opposite. Then he explained that he needed to find a place in a vast area where someone could hide the treasures. You did not understand why someone should hide the treasures at all, but this emotional side of her question was a little worried about the young owner. At this point, a stranger appeared, dissatisfied with who the aliens are. She explained that this territory was closed to outsiders. Yangun felt inconvenience. He completely forgot about it. Before him was the same girl who stopped the invasion of thousands of semi-demons, the queen of Tansoyon, whom he killed in his past life. Then she sat in the far corner of the cave, immersed in meditation. When he came to her, Yeonjun reported that everything had ended. Seeing who came, Tansoyon smiled. Yangun considered her pathetic. Her relatives had already left the battlefield, and he could not understand whether she really believed that something would change, staying alone here to keep up for that place. She herself realized that she would not change anything, and asked why he came. Yangun considered this question meaningless, so he grabbed her neck. He made it clear that he had come to take her invaluable life. Smiling, Tansoyon confessed that she was genuinely sorry for his decision. It seemed that the Queen of Poison was completely crazy, while apologizing from a Damoon began to apologize. She was clearly aware that her mind had finally overshadowed. In her life, a lot has changed now that she lost her vision and realized that she had to retreat much earlier. Yangtun ordered her to stop speaking nonsense and saying her last words. And although it could seem selfish, she intended to ask him for something. But he did not listen and immediately broke her neck. All his hands were in the blood, but he went, only considering his act as disgusting. Now alive and healthy, Tan soon insisted that Jangun would answer her question. He realized that it still had a lot of poison in it, but despite it, she boiled from rage, swore, and threatened to cause protection. At that moment, the Nazun Bia appeared, who presented the guests. Tan soon calmed down instantly. She bowed and apologized for raising her voice to the guests of the family. Janjun also greeted and apologized for his confusion. However, Tansoon really was interested in bringing them here. Those who did not belong to her clan could not walk freely with these places. Yanjun noticed that Boa was here, but as it turned out, the girl had permission from her relatives. The heir considered it petty to demand from him due to lack of permission, because he was about to leave. As soon as Yanchun and V, the salt, went, Tang Soyeon and Bio remained alone. Watching how the guest is moving, the girl thought that this guy was a real rude. The Nazun asked Bio why she was looking at him so carefully. Tansoon was indignantly noted that he did not even apologize when he was given a mistake. Yanjun seems to think that his attractive appearance solves all the problems. He is sure that he was born beautiful once. He can afford to behave brazenly. But suddenly she was shaken by shame for her words, and she began to justify her before Bio, explaining that she really meant a completely different, did not even consider him attractive. However, remembering Bio's face, the Nazun could not call him a handsome man. Going a little further, Tan Soyeon confessed that she really likes the pets, and even if they are not too good, it's not a problem. Frankly, most men did not like it at all. The morning star caught Yanjun in a guest house, where the birds of the birds gently awakened the young man. Dressing, the warrior remembered the tomorrow's exhibition of weapons. He still had time to work out. The warrior barely opened the door, as he met on the threshold of unexpected guests, the Natsian Bu and her brother. The young warrior asked about the purpose of their visit. The assembled BIA, a little embarrassed by smiling, hinted at the future meal. However, her words seemed mysterious house. The Nazun Chonghun, noticing the embarrassment of the interlocutor, explained that the clan invited them to divide the meal, and his sister decided to invite Yanjun to join them. A shy young man, smiling gently, confessed to his natural modesty, explaining the unwillingness to join the company. Looking closely at the guests, he hoped that they would understand his subtle hint. However, the impulsive assumption of Chonghun did not understand the hint of the owner. Strongly grabbing Yanjun by his hand, he insisted on his presence. Such unceremoniousness ignited anger, even in an always restrained warrior. Angry energy began to gather around him. It made the confident assembled Chonjun suddenly retreat and silence. Yangan, realizing what impact on a confused guest, he softened. He decided to accept their sincere invitation. Detecting unexpected friendliness, the young warrior hugged the confused assumption of Chongun. At the same time, he quietly advised on his ear, "Do not curvet your face, your sister is watching us." These words affected the pride of the young man, but he restrained, only drying for the invitation. Soon the whole company gathered at the table. The Sichuan cuisine was famous for its sharpness, but the reality exceeded all expectations. Every dish was literally blazing with a fire of spices. The heir of the Tang clan with hope watched the guests, wishing to see their pleasure from local delicacies. Although Yangon looked at the dumplings with a warning, generously seasoned with spices, he dared to taste them. But before Yangun managed to do it, his attention was attracted by Tan Soel. A warrior whose cheeks lit a gentle blush did not look away from him. This situation reminded Yanjun of their meetings in the past life when the girl looked at him as closely. Deciding not to attach importance to this look, the warrior tasted the dumplings. The sharpness of the dish was so stunning that the warrior tried to get rid of the burning piece. At that moment, a careful assembly bias stretched a glass of water lightly. The grateful young man immediately drank everything to a drop. The caring girl put another dish on his plate. She assured him that the dish was only slightly spicy. However, Yangun, still recovering from previous experience, politely but persistently asked not to interfere with his plate. With this scene, barely restraining the rage, watched the Nazun Chonghun. The impulse of emotions was so strong that he broke his sticks for food. The son of the head of the Tang clan immediately apologized for the quality of the cutlery, and the embarrassed assembled Chonghun for his inappropriate reaction. To the surprise of the attendees, Tansul suddenly moved closer to Yanjun, although she avoided a look with him. It was obvious that she wanted to say something, but her words were indecisive. When the girl finally gathered with his forces, the conversation intervened Nazun Chonghun. He mentioned the training ground nearby, a special area created exclusively for the members of the clan. Although most preferred individual training halls, Some people still kept interest in this historical place. The son of the leader of the clan willingly offered guests to look at the training platform. Yangon intuitively felt that something was hidden behind this invitation. The size of the training platform was struck by even experienced Yanju. The heir of the clan explained that their ancestors believed in a direct link between the efficiency of training and the size of the site, a concept that seemed somewhat strange generation. He also mentioned funny stories from childhood, as his sister often tried to beat him at this place. Over time, she grew up and abandoned these military games. After hearing such words, Tan soil was scattered, and Yangon mentally thanked the heavens for being fortunate enough to avoid the fate of having such a warlike sister. Unexpectedly, Chonghun's Nazun, having taken the handle of the sword, remembered the old saying about the benefits of movement after eating and suggested that Yanjun arrange a friendly duel. The experienced warrior was well aware of the true intentions of his incendiary interlocutor. However, he did not hurry to accept the call, explaining that he could not resist the blind of the dragon. Tan Soyol, having shown unexpected care, defended Yanjun, paying attention to a significant difference in age and a level of combat skill which could cause injury. The inventive assumption of Chonghun immediately offered an alternative, a battle without the use of internal energy. He smiled cunningly looking at the guy and tried to persuade Yanjun to agree. The insightful warrior solved the enemy's intention, smiling slightly. He asked if the enemy had enough forces without the use of internal energy. The heir Tan noted the sharpness in the words of Yanjun, but the tension was already felt in the air. In spite of the obvious disrespect, Nazun Chonghun decided not to pay attention to his words. He just smiled and suggested that Yanjun show his true skill. The rivals lined up opposite each other on the training ground. Chonghun's self assembled, inviting the opponent to start an attack, but Yangun was generously refused and transferred the right of the first blow. Chonghun's Nazun swallowed his image. After that he rushed forward. His first blow, although lightning just cut the air, Janjun skillfully evaded. The next attack was not delayed, but an experienced warrior unmistakably recognized it as a prominent. Watching the approach of the enemy, Yangun was intuitively understood. A real attack is preparing at this moment. The duel, holding her breath, watched Tansul, a girl with an unusual fate. From early childhood, she was different from her peers. While others were pleased with the kittens and puppies, she was able to communicate with wild wolves. She was fascinated by their predatory eyes and shaped teeth, a special aura of forest rulers that distinguished them from ordinary animals. The passion for the indomitable nature formed her view of love. She dreamed of meeting a man like a wolf and hoped to find one at a future weapon. Young beauties were not interested in a warrior. The warrior could not understand the admiration that other girls felt in front of the charming faces of the boys. But fate prepared for her a surprise. She met the one who made her heart beat faster. At one glance, her heart was clogged, as if he were crazy. Initially, Tan So-yul explained its condition with cool morning air. She assured herself that tomorrow Yangun would seem as uninteresting to her as other clans' heirs. However, every view of him only enhanced his attractiveness. Even a little thing as his dislike for spicy food seemed extraordinary to her. At lunch, she did not notice how she sat next to him. She could never understand the motives of her strange actions. She was aware that if it is really love, she should take the first step, but she never dreamed. Returning to reality from her dreams, she saw Nasta Jonjin's sword split in half. The owner froze in February astonishment, looking at the smiling Yanju. He could not realize how that could happen. From the scene, the girl felt her legs and lowered her knees. Looking at the wreckage of his weapons, Nazun Chonghun finally realized what his mistake was. His idea to distract the enemy was the first blows. He was forced to put all his power in the third blow. With contempt, Yangun noted that in a real battle, such a cloudy genius would have died 3 times. Without a minute, he went on the offensive again. But the young man had time to bounce. The young warrior was outraged by the arrogance with whom this rude attacked the unarmed. However, Yangun only ironically noted that you can take a new sword behind. He sought to create an inspiring battle, proposing to continue his training. However, it was soon clear that the role of the teacher and the student had changed unnoticed. Yang Zun modestly noted that it is not too skilled to explain combat equipment. Suddenly, the young warrior felt some ominous presence. The deadly energy rapidly raced directly from the Nazun Chonggun in his direction. At the last moment, he managed to avoid a deadly blow. Yanzun realized that the frightened opponent had activated his internal energy, so he decided not to restrain himself. In the end, they came together in a fierce duel. What surprise the face of Nazun Chonggun has swept when the one he considered a simpler deftly evaded his attack. Moreover, the Nazun realized that Janjun seems to be even stronger than him. The young warrior calmly stated that he had already pleased his opponent. Abstachment, at the distance of just a centimeter, he struck a powerful blow to the groin. Watching this scene, all viewers of battles twisted from the only thought of unspeakable pain. Most suffered from the Nazun Chonghun himself, who was so difficult that it seemed as if he were about to lose consciousness. He immediately fell to his knees, pressing against the damaged place, trying to master himself. Leaning to the fallen enemy, Janjun, with a mocking smile, suggested that he may have had something in linen. However, Chonghun's Nazun, choking with anger and shouting the curse, made it clear that he could still speak in full order. With his efforts, he had passionately stated that Yangun was a cuddled coward, unworthy to be called a warrior. He predicted that as soon as the other clans learn about this humiliating duel, Yanjun could no longer look at people in the eyes. In response, Yangun calmly asked how many people had already been killed by his opponent, suggested that there were at least a dozen victims. Chonghun's Nazun only successfully made surprise, as if he did not understand what is being said. At this point, Yangun grabbed his hand, pulling another painful cry from the enemy. The son of the head of the Tang clan quickly approached, trying to stop the fight. Yanjun only recalled the bloodthirsty manifestation of the enemy and the use of aura against him. He did not consider it an accidental mistake, especially given that Nazun Chonghun was much older. The son of the head of the clan patiently explained that Chonghun is part of the Nazun clan. Yangun had to be aware of the consequences that could have had any harm. The young warrior confessed that he refrained from aggression only because of belonging to the clan. However, he was interested in saying that the Tan speaker would say if he and the assembly were in opposite roles. The heir of the clan was silent for a while, but in the end he realized that the behavior of Najun Chonggun was unacceptable. At this time, Yangun broke his boy's hand and left quietly. When he departed at a sufficient distance, his thoughts suddenly returned to the inevitable problems that may arise. He was wondering what the elders would say when they learn about the brutal beating of a member of the clan Nazun. He believed that everything could be authorized if you explained the situation correctly. Perhaps a reward or praise was waiting for him. In addition, witnesses saw this confident young man herself had a trouble. When he passed B, she suddenly grabbed his sleeve. With a slight embarrassment on her face, she asked Yanjun to reveal her real name. He again called his fictional name Jurob, but she didn't believe it. Yanjun intrigued when it was the assumption that Bia was killed. He thought whether she wanted to know his name to take revenge on her brother, whether she had any other reason. However, no changes were reflected in her face, even when he won the Chang'an's weapon. Going closer, the Nazun Bia gently asked the young man to name her real name. The assembled immediately asked the white not to approach so close, noting that they were still not familiar enough. He finally suggested a compromise. He would name his real name if she stops pursuing it. After that, he called Yanjun. When the BA was repeated his name, her cheeks flooded her cheeks. But the young man did not notice it. He was already moving away. Yanchun understood that after the incident with Nastyun Chonjun, he would no longer be released into the exhibition. However, it is even better. It will get an extra day to search for a secret room. Despite the fact that after a grueling battle he wanted to relax, he understood that when he returned home, he would certainly come across an angry Maun. The gossip about the defeat of the young owner was probably already spreading, and the Telochoventor would definitely decide to monitor him unnoticed. So Yangun began to look for bypass. As Yangun envisaged, at this moment to the room, a worried manner, a muon broke into the host. He only came across the salt, which reported that he did not meet Master Yanjun. Muon immediately rushed to search, trying to understand where Yangun could disappear. Meanwhile, View Sol wondered the cause of his anxiety. The guard confessed that after breakfast with the leaders of the clans, the owner never returned. In addition, he heard alarming rumors about the beating of a member of the clan Navan. He confessed that he did not know how to explain what happened. After these words, the facial expression was significantly seriously serious. However, without expressing any emotions, she turned away from Moon and thoughtfully looked at the distance. The boy was thinking about the Ginkan clan, a warrior clan, which several centuries ago flourished in the field of trade in the Central Plains. They were famous for their warrior soldiers as well as by the utmost control of the lines. But even this, it would be said, a clan-standing clan in his feet, and he did not know the right causes of his existence. However, preserved records show that the secrets of the clan were hidden under white maple. Now Yanjun was looking for this tree, but only ordinary saw around. He understood that the searches would be easier in the fall, and he worried that the desired maple could already dry up or someone could cut it down. In addition, he was tormented by famine. He never was able to eat normally, and still spent a lot of energy on the unnecessary battle. Now he will have to climb the mountain in the middle of the night. At that moment, he approached him with a proposal to taste cookies. Yanjun was amazed at the prudentness of the salts. Its food reserves were indispensable on the road. Noticing that the whole bag behind her was filled with food, he praised the girl for vision and confessed that he was very hungry. Only here did he realize that he did not invite the salt with him and asked about the cause of her arrival. The girl just laughed fun without revealing her secrets. When the meal was coming to an end, Yu reported that Muon had been looking for him everywhere, and she came after him. Yanjun wondered how she learned of his stay in the mountains. The girl, without revealing how she learned, just rejoiced what she found her master, who could finally relax. Yang Tuzun was aware that although the problem of food was solved, it did not change the fact that white maple has not yet been found. Even with 3 days in search and sufficient provision, he could not guarantee success. Reflecting on how best to find white maple, he suddenly heard Vihsola calmly informed that she saw such a tree nearby and noted its incredible beauty. Yanjun seemed to hit the lightning from these words. He suddenly jumped, trying to find out where the girl saw that maple. However, you have a mysteriously hint that Yangun also met with him. But the young man does not seem to understand what was being said. Soon you brought it to a tree. However, the tree did not resemble white maple. Yanjun jokingly suggested that his companion check his eyesight, not understanding how she could see something white in this tree. He sighed sadly, regretting that he believed the girl and was going to return back. But suddenly the salt was angry and fervently assured that she did not lie. Her voice trembled from the insult when she insisted on the right. At this point, something unusual began to happen to View Sol. However, Yangun, without noticing the changes, confessed that he had come here only because of the lack of other tips. He complained about the difficulty of finding one tree among that quantity, so he decided to get home for training with an elder. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by the strange sound that was heard from the girl. You were approaching a strange, small blue fault in space. Yanchun, not understanding the nature of this phenomenon, but feeling his danger, tried to stop the girl. No matter how he refused it, she had already extended her hands to mysterious matter. Yangun rushed to her to pull off an unknown threat, but did not have time. Suddenly, a huge radiant hole appeared in the space. A powerful wind twisted around them, and the dazzling light prevented you from seeing what was happening. When everything calmed down, the same white maple appeared in front of them. V. Salt, with a triumphant smile, confirmed that she had not lied to the gentleman. Before them was a real maple. Janjun believed what was happening is incredibly strange. There was a regular deck before him, but it was worth the girl to touch something, as everything changed immediately. He suggested that it could be a mechanism of masking, but it was amazed at how Salt learned about it earlier. He began to ask about the causes of white letters, seeking to understand what the girl came to or what she touched. However, it seems that you did not realize the mechanism of what happened. Therefore, Yangen decided to postpone this issue for the future. Once found a tree, it was necessary to take the search for a hiding place with treasures, which apparently was hidden underground. Soon something was grasped from Maple. Going closer to the cliff, he noticed a bright purple light that came out of the depths of the cave. Finally, I understood the content of the phrase about hidden under white maple. The salt, nor for a moment without hesitation, immediately jumped down, sure it was the entrance to the dungeon. She urged Mr. to follow her. He had no choice. The girl had already started to dive into the mysterious glow, and Janjun jumped after her. All this time, the unknown spy was carefully monitored by them, which was very dissatisfied with the fact that they found white maple. Soon they were in an unknown room. The salt froze, staring at one point when Janjun, approaching closer and touched her shoulder, warned her about the danger of this place, not wanting her to take the risk. The girl looked carefully at the branching of the roads. Yangen realized that they were in the treasury, but could not decide what way they were moving on. At this point, V. Sola confidently pointed to one of the aisles. Although Yangun did not know the reasons for such confidence, he mentioned the case with white maple and decided to trust Vi Salt. They moved the specified way. Following them, following a safe distance, moved a mysterious spy. Musting deeper down, Yanjun again asked Vi Salt about the direction. No matter how long they go, the caves did not end. The lamps were getting smaller and the aisles were dark. Yangun only hoped that they were moving the right way. You just asked to trust her, and soon brought him to the right place. Yanjun noticed only old, stretched lamps in the depths of the cave. Looking at the space ahead, he disappointed that there seems to be nothing in the cave. It is likely that the treasury has already been robbed. However, suddenly the frightened Salt clung to her owner's shoulder. She felt the approach of something horrible. Soon, after shouting, she noticed a white scales. A huge snake appeared right in front of them. Yangun instantly covered the girl with his body, ready to protect her from the demon that appeared before them. Looking at the monster, he could not understand how it was in such a place. A moment ago, the room was empty, and now a giant creature suddenly appeared. This monster belonged to at least blue rank, quite high in the classification of monsters. There were 4 major ranks, of which the strongest was white. He was followed by red, blue, and green. Yangun felt pleasure because it seemed that the monster had not yet woke up. He hoped that if they were able to go away, the fights would be avoided. But at that moment the monster looked at them, and Yang Tun had frozen. He was aware that they may not be able to avoid battle. He was no longer convinced of his ability to overcome such a creature. But he could not waste his second chance of life. Therefore he was ready to fight for the last. Suddenly the snake spoke, trying to reassure the baby. He assured that he was not going to attack them at all. Yangan was interested in how it is a demonic beast can speak in human language. The snake, in turn, asked how a child who has no connection with the Yon kind found itself. Janjun tried to justify himself, explaining that he was here by accident. The ancient snake smiled, not believing the words of the young man, but still asked about the purpose of his visit. Yangan again tried to insist on the chance of his arrival, realizing that a true answer could cost him life. However, the serpent only laughed and sincerely noted that the artifacts looking for Yangun here are gone. Going closer, the mysterious creature asked an unexpected question. He wanted to know what fate was. This question seemed strange, and the snake laughed even louder, watching his embarrassment. The boy even seemed that the snake became too old if she asked such meaningless questions. The snake was well aware. If a boy who does not belong to the genus of it penetrates here, it means that a large clan really fell. He wondered whether the clan disappearance and his tests should be worried. Noticing the thoughtful expression of the snake, Yanchun decided to say goodbye and go politely. And then, suddenly, a long time threw a golden object, explaining that he wanted to thank the young man for the cheerful mood he gave the old man. The dragon decided that if you give an artifact, it is best to do it to Yanju, because it was this that he came here. He was convinced that this artifact Yangun would handle better than anyone else. Enchanted Yangun sought to see a mysterious object as suddenly he was clearly illuminated by a golden glow. The young man was convinced that it was not a demonic stone, but his body began to absorb unknown power. The feelings were radically different from the previous energy absorption experience. Although it remained unpleasant, the power felt different, even more powerful. At that moment, he was Assault behind him, slowly touching his shoulder. The longer her hand remained on his back, the more Yanjun left. Soon he is completely faint. The snake asked you Salts if it was satisfied with the result. However, the girl sadly replied that her satisfaction was not important. Ancient Sugar asked V Salt to remove the aura, warning that such powerful energy could have caused the consequences much more serious than simply fainting. She nodded clearly, and then the snake realized that it was her conscious decision. Vusal realized that her choice seemed unclear to many creatures, although the snake understood everything, and that is why he was painful and sad. The girl did not understand why Guard gave such an important crystal to the first or best passerby. He replied that he just wanted to do so, adding that there was nothing worse than the expectation of a person who would never come. For him, the desired oblivion was better than this torment. The snake began to dissolve in the air, and watching his disappearance, you realized that fate was in fact devoid of meaning. She forgot about it, watching a boy who was afraid to lose her second chance in life and was ready to defend him. He was indeed a man full of pity. This thought filled her eyes with tears because, despite everything, he always stood on her defense. At this crucial moment, the same spy appeared, which demanded that the girl gave him a boy. Salt, looking at the man, warned him about the danger of such requirements. The spy was interested in how much time she is watching him. The girl noted with contempt that little effort was needed to see a dog who does the dirty work of the clutter of the Nazan. Angry in these words, the man called the Salt unbearable girl. In fact, the spy was amazed that the young owner was defeated by the one who was moistened with a simple walk in the mountains. He was ordered to solve the case quietly, so he demanded that he give him Yanjun, promising to release the girl instead. V Salt with irony asked if it was the solution of the whole clan, or only the non-Teps Nazun Chonjun. Her words were seriously annoyed by the spy, and he sent the blade to her neck. When she slowly took the blade, the man realized, the girl is not going to give up without a fight. Realizing that there was no choice, he rushed at her for the purpose of killing, but in the next moment, he was left without a hand. When the spy screamed in pain, you ordered the Salt to be silent with a powerful gesture. There were many flying blades behind her back. She threatened her husband not to decide to awaken her master. Recently, Chonghun's Nazun escaped from anger. He could not believe that some worthlessly could win him. After all, he was a great Namjun Chonjun, a warrior with a dragon's sword. Angry, he tried to hit the ground, but the sharp pain again pierced his hand. He turned to his servant who was nearby, and I decided to ask what to do next. After all, the guardian of the GU clan was much more powerful than they expected. They did not have time to deal with Yanjun before, but now it became clear. The guy went somewhere without his protection. The servant hinted that this is a great opportunity. The Chonghun Najun understood the hint and decided to trust him, waiting for the nice news. However, the servant carefully reminded that Janjun still belonged to the GU clan and asked if it was really worth going so far. However, an angry young man insisted on execution of the order. He believed that the life of this brazen was actually worth less than his wounded shoulder. Understanding the order, the man immediately went on a pursuit. Now, staying without a hand, the spy stood in front of you, trying to understand who it is. The girl, looking at him thoughtfully, coldly noticed that it should not bother him. Not understanding why such a powerful creature is near Yanju, the man constantly asked the question. You did not pull his second hand to let him know that he had crossed the border of permitted curiosity. Looking at the unconscious Yang Zun, she was aware it was not enough time to awaken. While the girl focused on her owner, the spy realized that the moment had come to escape. He decided to take this opportunity to survive and return to the clan. But he did not think, who was this horrible woman he had never heard of before? far away from the spy, failed. The sharp sword was lightly struck by his head, instantly cutting off the life of an unsuccessful scout. Looking at a breathless body, the girl quietly apologized to his mistress because she sought to live her first life as she wanted to. However, because of the intervention, strangers had to act differently. At that moment, the real Vihus wanted to regain control of her body. The creature inside her apologized, recognizing her selfishness, but asked to stay a little. She so wanted to touch Yanjun for a moment. However, the real body owner was indignant with her rights, and the alien was forced to yield, recognizing the validity of her claims. The snake was surprised, noticing that she was already preparing to go. The essence explained that it was time to give the body rest, because it clearly struck it with its actions. The ancient guard asked the girl whether she was aware of the nature of her true essence, but she confessed that she would not be released to the concert. Ediousness that they knew both she and the slice, forwards. On the forgiveness of the snake, the smog will only fire the blessed path, and the very essence expressed the hope that if the judgment was awarded such a proportion, it will be the spell with Yanjun again. When a young man finally fainted, you have already brought him to the surface. Suddenly full of confusion and fear, the young man began to look around. He tried to understand where he found himself and restore the sequence of events. In his memory, it appeared, as they were miraculously discovered by White Maple. They entered the empty treasury. There they met a huge white snake that gave him a mysterious sphere. Hardly touching the sphere, he immediately absorbed its energy. And from excess energy, he lost consciousness. He turned to V-Soul, seeking to make sure his memories. However, the girl suddenly noted that there was no snake and sphere, assuming that the owner was just a nightmare. Jansun, not believing in such forgetfulness, demanded the truth from it. However, the girl logically noted that no one would believe in such a strange story about found maple and mysterious road. Kogda Yanjun was interested, but she was in the same way. She confessed that she did not know. She just looked at this meste. At that moment, the young man felt sharp pain inside the body. He hastened to reassure alarmed Salt, explaining that it was just a little malaise. He decided to reveal and plunged into his thoughts. Spiritual energy began to concentrate around him. His assumption was confirmed. After the absorption of the mysterious sphere, the amount of energy increased sharply. Now he could claim the 4th star. This confirmed the truth of his memories. Maybe some force just erased the memory of the salt before returning them. The excited girl suggested returning home, and Yangun agreed. He was aware that the longer they delay, the greater the anxiety his guard will feel. Suddenly it was illuminated by the idea. Sleep to the ground, he will have a saline to get away on his back. The girl was confused without understanding the need for this step, but he explained that the 2-hour road could be significantly reduced. Visual was worried that after an abundant meal would be too heavy. She seems to have no choice. The worried girl still asked if he was too difficult for him, but Janjun reassured her, asking not to worry. Listening to his feelings, he felt the fiery wheel of the 3rd degree and the energy that overwhelmed it. Sharply pushing, he made a powerful jump and flew to the next mountain. The closer he approached his home, the less the weight of his body was felt, which seemed to be unbearable. The movement was surprisingly easy. Therefore, their return home turned out to be fast, and the wind shook their hair. Moon, finding the entire district, did not find a place from excitement. The owner was absent almost all day. He sincerely hoped that everything was fine with Yanju. Suddenly the guy appeared on the balcony and asked with a smile that his faithful guard had forgotten here. Moon faded, reproaching the owner for disappearing for the whole day without saying a word. Yanjun jokingly apologized and suggested that he returned safely. At that moment, Moon could not stand and with tears in his eyes, confessed how much he was worried about the mistress. He asked where Yangun was all this time. Vu-Sol immediately wanted to share her ideas about the dragon, but the young man smiled and explained that the girl was misunderstood. They were just walking. The guard doubted in this explanation and decided to find out the truth. Yangun was awkwardly justified, surprised at how quickly Muon noticed the changes that had happened to him, because the guard was almost the 1st rank. Suddenly, Yangun felt that there were other people nearby. While looking into the room, he saw Tan Soil and Nazun Bi enjoyed the meal. Seeing the young man, Tan Soil stopped eating instantly. A piece of food even fell out of her hands. Yanjun, with a cold in his voice, asked the girls in their intentions, reminding the assumption that she was running about her promise, no longer worrying him. Tan Soil quickly explained that they were specifically waiting for his return, while the Nazun was assured that she had not intended to bother him at all. Tired of their excuses, Yangun directly asked about the purpose of their visit. The bias confessed that she had not had time to say goodbye, and Tan Sul came to wish them a good road. The young man asked whether the Chonghun assembled with them came with them, whose presence would only complicate the situation. Fortunately, it turned out that he was not there. When the Nazun Bia informed his brother of the intention of visiting Yanjun, he waved and noted that he would no longer be found. However, the girl, looking at him, asked unexpectedly. She remembered the strange feelings that arose when she looked at the boy. Having broken the sticks in his hands, Bia strongly challenged him to a duel. Yangun politely refused to accept the call, explaining that after a grueling workout was barely standing on his feet. He conveyed a clear look to Muan all the essence of the situation, and he immediately began to ask the girls, convincing them that the hostess needed a rest. But the agitated Tan Soil suddenly stopped, explaining that she had not yet said the most important. She stretched Yanjun's invitation to the next weapon exhibition, which will take place in a year, begging him to visit. "Thank you," the young man promised to meet a year later, although it was obvious that he did not plan it. The girl quickly added that this is done only to maintain good relationships between families. After their departure, Tan Sul reproached for herself for too worried about Yanjun, although she rejoiced that everything was fine with him. Suddenly, she saw a joyful smile of the Bey's assumption. Suddenly, she realized perhaps the heir of the GU clan also liked her partner. When Tan Soil asked what it was to mean by the word like, as she did not try, she could not find an explanation and suggested forgetting it. The invasion asked the girlfriend about the invitation to the exhibition that should take place next year. Tan Sul confessed that she initially prepared an invitation for Bia, but gave it to Yanju. She apologized that she did not make 2 invitations at once. However, the Nazun reassured Bia, assured that she had done the right thing. Tan Sul, glad that her girlfriend was not experiencing insults, suggested that her go with her. She promised to treat her with the most delicious poison in the world. Watching the dark shadows stretched out, the hands of Tan Soil began to tremble. But she was aware that she should withstand the trials that had fallen to her fate. She was just hoping for an ambulance with Yanju, who radiated light. At the same time, Chonghun's Nazun put in front of the clan head. The father reminded his son that he asked him to follow his sister. He noted in surprise that one of the guards disappeared without a trace. Even the Nazun Chonghun could not understand what had happened. His subordinate never returned from the task. The young man could not believe the mission. After all, the guard was a warrior of the highest class, for whom such a task was to be completely under the power. Noticing his son's mindfulness, his father called his name and came closer. With his every step, there was more and more anxious aura. He sought to find out if Nazun Chonghun understood the true cause of his disappointment. Not defeat from the nameless boy annoyed him, and not even the use of deadly techniques during sparring was the reason, and the inability to skillfully hide their actions. The father said he was not going to endlessly reproach his son, but he should spend time in a jade gold room for serious workout. Chonghun's Nazun humbly agreed to execute the order. When his father was walking, he ordered the event to be forgotten. The frightened young man did not fully understand the meaning of what he said. The man pushed him with a shrewd look. He explained that the son would understand everything when he is at the head of the clan, and by that time he should not even think about opposed to the GU clan. He added that their families can still become allies. The Chonghun's Nazun initially agreed, but later, realizing his father, he was scared that he was referring to. Meanwhile, Yangun, who returned home, met with the second elder. Gu Ren with delight told the young man that the bride had already been elected for him. Tired after the trip, Janjun could not believe that a new bride had already been picked up for him. He mentioned the recently broken engagement with another girl. Guren, smiling, remarked that, in rumors, the culprit was Janjun himself last time. The young man, with irony, wondered why such a unattended as him to appoint a new bride, although he was aware of the naivety of hope for eternal loneliness. You were concerned about the salt of the bride, but Yanjun advised her not to believe the humorous old man. However, the Muon, which approached, had a different point of view. He believed that the second elder was telling the truth. During the report on the results of the trip, he heard the details of this engagement around everyone around. Considering the recent events with the bride of Avia, such an alliance seemed incredible. He could not understand what despair decided to give his daughter for him. Yanjun, approaching Gwenjenya, asked him sharply what clan the bride belongs. The elder, with a smile, reassured the young man, asking him not to faint. At the same time, they named the name of the Nazun family. Yangun did not understand why they wanted to give their daughter for him. However, he was aware that this means her personal consent to the engagement. Suddenly he remembered that there is a single daughter in the clan, and Gwenjen confirmed his guess, remembering that they could meet at the weapon. After that, a short silence reigned. The boy realized that it was about Bi and in despair exclaimed. He could not believe that he was planned to be engaged with this crazy girl. Gai Ren strictly warned him against such statements about his future wife, reminding him that it was the decision of the chairman of the clan. But there were also more important news, although the guy believed that he was no longer surprised. However, a real sensation for the elder was the return of his older sister. The thought of it was horrified by Yangtri to the depths of the soul. As one of the three most powerful Aura rulers said, the era of meteors came. The dawn that pierced the heavens fell to the earth, and every day there were more and more geniuses. Yangun, born at this time, did not meet the expectations of the era. Despite his abilities, his potential could not compare his sister's talent. She had the skill and abilities that he could only dream of. That is why he tried to avoid the inevitable meeting, looking for a way to escape. However, Gwenna prevented the young man to escape. He sincerely did not understand where he was in a hurry to disappear. Yanchun pleaded with the elder at least once to let him go, but he just said that his sister had already arrived. In despair, Yanzun did not know what to do. He had no idea what was waiting for him, and was ready to wander for several months until she left. Gai Ren, in irony, asked what kind of illness he was picking up Janjun on a trip if he was averse, as if he was asking for punishment. He was ready even in the beat, just to lie in bed for several months. With every moment he felt her approach. In a panic he ordered Muna to block the door. The embarrassed guard did not imagine how to resist the impending storm, so he just shook the broom into the door handles. Yanjun knew that such an obstacle was in vain. It would not stop his sister. The girl was already standing behind the door, touching the hand of the tree. She said dissatisfied that her younger brother did not open the door to her older sister. With one powerful blow, she destroyed the obstacle on her way. Approaching closer, she reproached her brother that he did not welcome her properly. Then she recalled the importance of respectful attitude towards her older sister. Although she was happy to see him, she was surprised why he was still standing, despite the tired face. Janjun did not immediately realize the hint. Remembering his sister's distorted ideas, he hastily sank to his knees. The sister approved him on his head and turned to the elder. Guran rejoiced in the discovery of such family unity and noted that he had heard about the excellent performance of the girl's role as the commander. She politely thanked for the compliment. Watching his sister, Janjun realized why he sought to escape. Suddenly the girl turned and asked if her brother understood the cause of her act. He suggested that it was associated with an effort to block the door or just run away, but his answer only poured the oil into the fire, and his sister was even more angry. Yanjun decided that he may be about his accidental victory over Yenso. It turned out that the sister did not even hear about this incident. Having realized that all his assumptions are false, Yangun decided to ask directly what was the matter. It turned out that the sister was angered the news of the engagement. She could not understand why her brother did not tell her the first, and did not even ask her consent. Yanjun justified that he had just learned about it and did not understand why he should ask his senior sister permission. The angry girl began to punish her brother while Gaia smiled under her nose, and V-Sol petrified horror. Moon, intervening, pleaded with the lady to be merciful, but her deadly look forced him to retreat. She announced she intended either to teach her brother of good manners or give him a good time. At that moment, V-Sol suddenly grabbed the lady by her hand. Yangon quickly introduced her as a new, not enough experienced maid who sometimes makes nonsense. But the girl, holding the lady's hand firmly, she begged not to punish the lord. Ladies, as if under the magic, began to release the internal energy that scared Yanjun. The boy could not understand why the sister was watching the maid so carefully. She asked her brother calmly who this girl is. The puzzled Yanchun repeated that it was a new and inexperienced maid and asked for a mistake. However, everything he saw is the growing anger of his sister. He hurried to the salt to protect it from a possible punishment. However, instead of punishment, the hostess suddenly began to iron the girl's cheeks, admiring their tenderness. The guy froze with surprise. The girl confessed that her cheeks turned out to be as soft as it seemed like. Yanjun struck that her sister released so much internal energy only to pinch the cheeks of the maid. She wondered where her brother came from such a sweet maid and expressed her desire to pick her up. Yanjun firmly assured that V-Salt already has other responsibilities. The sister was surprised that the brother, who always willingly shared with his beloved sister, suddenly refused her. She again ordered Janjuan to kneel, and he unconditionally executed her team. Then he paid attention to the changes in the strength of his brother. The sister asked if it was not the right of Gu Ren. The guy was surprised how accurately she was able to notice everything. However, the elder firmly denied its involvement. The sister barely believed that the brother changed so much in 1 month. She intended to say something, but changed her mind. Only a gesture pointed out to go and greet the head of the clan. Yanchun, with relief, noticed that she was going to go, but her sister clarified that she had come to give him a lesson. However, now it is not in that mood. Rising to his feet quickly, the boy was going to go. Before leaving, she left her brother a little gift. It was a small green medallion. He recognized the demonic stone, though he did not feel any energy from him. The sister said that she had purchased a souvenir from a traveler who assured that he was luck. She asked her brother to always have this stone with her and seriously warned about the consequences if he decided to get rid of the gift because of his unobtrusive appearance. Handling his hand firmly, she, with a wicked smile, assured that she would become even more kind. The frightened Yangun did not deny. It just caused another smile to his sister. She confessed that she always believed in his ability to improve herself. Yangun remembered this smile from his past life. That's how his sister smiled then, believing in his happiness. Memories caused him shame, and he lowered his eyes to the floor. The girl decided to ask the elder whether it was relevant to the increase in Yanchun's strength. She remembered how last winter the boy reached the first star in his 12 years. Unlike Enso, he could neither properly control energy nor to move normally. Now his body has become beautifully trained, and the energy has doubled while maintaining stability. Since then, she learned that Aso began to train more honestly after the defeat of Yanjun. She had suspicions. However, the rapid progress of her brother seemed incredible to her. Gaizhen was amazed and confessed that he did not expect such abilities from the boy. He suggested that the girl find out the causes of her brother independently, but she was convinced that it was in vain. Guren had the opposite opinion. She explained that she knew her brother too well. She realized from his eyes that he would not say anything. However, it was even more alarmed by the maid. She was convinced that Gu Ren and paid attention to her. This moment caused the elder inconvenience. But the girl had no doubt. Not only seemed to her that something was wrong with the maid. Having doubted, she decided to look more closely. The maid looked quite ordinary at first glance. Gai Ren, nervous, tried to convince the hostess that it was only her imagination, explaining that you are the salt, an ordinary maid. The girl seems to believe. She confessed that after many battles with monsters began to respond too sharply to everything. Guren was pleased that she was able to capture the true oddity of the salt, because for a moment she actually had incredible potential. Stroking the girl on her head, he thought about how all close relatives turned away from Yanjun. The whole clan treated him with illness. He was grateful to Gwibi for her constant care for his brother and understood, until she is near, it is not necessary to worry. Gwibi was aware that someone should look after this fool. Gaizhen gently asked her to be kinder and asked what caused her anger because of engagement. As it turned out, the girl could not forgive the fact that someone dared to claim her brother. She was ready to break that girl into pieces. Meanwhile, Yangun arrived in a father who already knew about the broken hand of the Thunder Dragon. The young man explained, embarrassed, that he did not intend to break his hand, but only a little pressed. The room reigned in tense silence. The father seems to have not believed. He was quietly drinking tea. He asked his son to tell how everything happened. Yang Tuzun was surprised that his father seems to be worried only. There was no way out, so he began his story from the moment Namjun Chonghun invited him to sparring. But then he attacked with the intention of harming and received an instant answer. The father asked about the causes of lightning dragon aggression and whether witnesses of the incident were. Then the father noted that his son's skills improved significantly. My father appreciated his efforts and urged to continue training in the same spirit. Yang Tuzun was amazed at the calm reaction of his father to the news of the victory over the Thunder Dragon and the Third Star. Although the father has always been restrained, the head of the clan suggested that if the son was staying in the Kolne Naden, he probably met his bride. At that moment, Yangun felt seriously concerned. He wondered how he came to the engagement. The father explained that the decision was made by the elders, and it arranged not only clans, but also Yanjun itself. He warned that the conflict with Hebavini was not avoided, and asked his son not to violate at least this engagement. Yanjun understood his father's hint. There will be no other chance. After all, it was the reason for the rupture of the first engagement, so it is unlikely that it is unlikely to be justified. Expanding the letter, his father began to read. He soon emphasized the future competition in the Hua Mountains. Yanjun remembered the events from the festival of his past life, trying to understand what his father leads to. Instead of explanations, the man simply handed him a letter. The guy could not understand why he was, and his head ordered the letter back. And he promised to prepare everything he needed for 10 days. The boy tried to give up, referring to a recent return from the trip. But the father put forward the conditions. If the boy agrees, he will receive a pill of the great sage and a certain treasure. Meanwhile, the Muon with Visola was waiting for the master, believing that the conversation with his father would take several hours. Despite the fatigue of the trip, Muon reminded the Salts of their duties as a master's assistants. The girl worried that their disappearance could lead to punishment, but the guard believed that they would be able to avoid problems. Suddenly Yanjun appeared behind them, in surprise asking why they waste time. Moon apologized for a long time, but the guy immediately went to the substance. After 10 days, a new trip was waiting for them. The girl was clearly dissatisfied with the news of another journey, but Yang Tuzun explained that it was the order of the head of the clan, and the objection was in vain. Moon could not understand why everything was so hurried. Yang Tun explained that his father wanted him to go to his sister on his own. Returning to his estate, the young man noticed that there were no elders and sisters. He was exhausted by a meeting with annoying invasions and the unexpected appearance of his older sister, and now he had to go to Hua Mountains again. Deciding for a short time to forget about all the problems, he went on vacation to restore strength. The night silence suddenly broke the unexpected guest. An older sister came into the room carrying food and a bottle in her hands. Yanjun has not yet had time to wake up as he hugged him tightly without allowing her to escape and began to feed dumplings. She constantly repeated that the growing body could not pass dinner. Watching how the boy refuses to eat, she asked him not to hurry to go. Finally, a frightened Janshun was indignantly asked that his sister had forgotten in his room. The minute calmly stated that she had every right to stay with his brother. By her behavior, Yangun realized that his sister was drunk. She did not even deny it, showing almost an empty bottle of wine. She sincerely confessed that she was worried when her brother did not appear for dinner and decided to bring him food. She did not understand his rudeness, and besides, she was annoyed that some girl from the family was a naviga and won his heart. Jansun was so surprised by these words that he almost breathed. It made it clear to his sister that the girl has more meaning to him than herself. Not wanting to listen to the drunken speeches of her sister, Yanjun tried to take her out, but Gwibi reminded that she was raising him. When he asked her to drink elsewhere, his sister seemed not understood. She announced that today, as in the old good times, she would sleep with him. Having realized the futility of disputes, Yangun decided to go alone, explaining that they were no longer at the age of being sleeping together. Drunk Gwibi just laughed. Looking at her, he offered to return home once again, but she, thoughtfully looking at the window, announced an unexpected offer. It seemed to Yanjun that he was wrong to hearing, but the sister was completely serious. Deciding that she is too drunk to think judiciously, he tried to send her to his room again. However, Gwibi, surprised by his decisive refusal, touched his chest. She noted that much of the energy absorbed by him has not yet learned. This could cause internal damage. Yanchun knew that the jade energy had not yet had time to absorb in his body. He had to predict what difficulties can occur when retention of such a powerful force in the immense body. The sister strongly advised to release this energy as soon as possible. Yangun decided that she proposes to combine efforts in training. And he was mistaken. He was smiling, declared his intention to teach him well. Yangun, mentally complaining about the absence of normal sisters, headed for her to the training ground. The moment with nostalgia remembered how they trained together before. Noticing that the brother did not take the sword, she advised him to arm himself. But Yangun explained that he prefers hand-to-hand combat. It surprised the girl because only recently her brother fought exclusively with a sword. He may have got bored with weapons, or he was pressed on his conscience, but regardless of the reason, she suggested that he start an attack first. Yangun mentioned the purpose of training, getting rid of excess energy. But her sister with a smile assured that she was not going to kill him, reassuring, "Don't be afraid." At this point, Yangun suddenly attacked with such a power that he could cause serious injuries to the girl. Continuing the attack, he released the increasing power of his internal energy. A powerful explosion was raised at the landing site. Even Yanjun lost her out of sight for a moment. However, the flames after the attack only broke up even more, and it was possible to hear her laughter. Out of the fire, she praised her brother for a successful attack. Feeling the incredible flow of her energy, Janjun could not believe that his sister was still on the 5th star. He was convinced that she had surpassed this rank for a long time. Even when he struck full power, she remained absolutely indiscriminate. Frightened by such power, Yangun suggested that he stop, which only cheered his sister. She noticed how quickly he retreated, feeling her strength. With one stroke, she turned the entire training ground into a burning field. Obstachable near her brother, she said that real pleasure was just beginning. After her attack, Yanchun bounced the opposite end of the site. He was aware, if he had not blocked the blow, it would not be alive. The moment did not give a rest, already preparing a new sudden attack. She threw a weapon directly into her brother's face. Using its evasion, it quickly reduced the distance for a new attack. Yanjun was amazed at her determination. Despite its intoxication, all its blows remained powerful and accurate. Grabbing a wooden sword, she again rushed to the attack, but at the last moment she stopped the blade. Instead, she grabbed her brother for her hair. Lying laughing, she ordered her teeth tight to avoid the loss of jaw. After the time, he was ego. At this time, the head of the clan Nazun found a note from his daughter. She is a coincidence that the bridegrooms will be reinforced. Obabi Odeni Yarostia, he compound. The Cogd asserted that the mistress has left the puppy. The rushed man ordered the daughter to return in an inclement man. The plot is transferred to an ordinary farmer who worked hard in his garden under the continuous insect. When harvesting carrots, he regretted that many root crops were not suitable for sale. Untreated by the unsuccessful season, he threw out spoiled vegetables. Watching the beds, he thought when this series of failures would end. At that moment, the farmer saw an amazing sight. In the sky, it flew in the Nazunbia. The girl dropped to the ground just a meter from a stunned man. The man froze, impressed with her unearthly beauty. She seemed like a real angel. Bia appeared to him for help, asking how to get to Shax. As it was, the farmer quickly indicated the desired direction, and it was not a second, as a wonderful stranger flew into the sky again. The stunted Kestiana is not immediately reinforced, but the squeezed on the ground. This was a generous fee from the assembled BIA. I will feed him a seams. He thanked the heavenly angel for such generosity. However, he could not understand why the girl went west. Although he pointed to her to the east, she went to Hua Mountains instead. Meanwhile, the second elder discussed important news with Veach. They knew about a homeless doctor who lived in those lands. The elder believed that he had already left Avi, heading to the Hua Mountains. This mysterious man, like a breath of wind, never lingered in one place, and his choice of place looked strange. Guy Ren could not understand the perseverance of the old man in search of a doctor, especially given the uncertainty of information. He suggested sending Yanjun for intelligence. In addition, he mentioned the carefully prepared masking of the old man, and believed that it would be inappropriate to open it now because it would be premature. V. Mun acknowledged that his decisions were too hasty. The next morning, he decided to accompany the young owner personally. Declaring his decision to Yanjun, he asked the young man to trust him during his journey. The young gentleman was genuinely surprised by this desire. In the meantime, another elder stood behind, skillfully surprised. The guy understood the suspicion of the situation. Instead of the usual driver, they were accompanied by the Supreme Sword. Despite the repeated checks of the satellite list, where there were neither Salt nor Vi Mun, they, as if obsessed, sought to join the trip. Yanjun felt insidious and tried to unravel the plan of the Supreme Sword. The elder noticed a young man's mind, but he was in no hurry to share the causes of his anxiety. Guren delicately reminded that if Yanjun is worth worrying about something, then it is his habit of beating other people. The boy wanted to deny, but suddenly he remembered that this time he had already managed to beat with his sister, Jurobo, and even Nasta Chongun. So he promised to do everything possible to keep his word. Believing Yanjun, Gu Ren decided to give him something special. A small bag with mysterious content. As soon as the guy took the gift, he immediately wrapped the pleasant aroma that flowed from him. The aroma was pleasant as the flower blossomed, and the guy felt the influx of strength when he squeezed this bag. He realized that the contents were clearly valuable, and Gu Ren explained that it was just a stone. He remembered that it was a flowering stone. He was considered one of the 4 treasures of the Hua Mountain sect. The surprised Yanjun did not understand how Jen could consider this stone ordinary. However, the elder explained that it was a trifle and just laughed. Yangun asked the old man how he got this item and why he decided to hand it to him. The old man reported that he had once won this stone in a drunk pair. Yanjun wondered how such a valuable thing could be lost on the ponds. In addition, he did not leave the question why the old man accepted the jewel and why he now passes it to him. He believed that this stone had to be stored carefully. However, Gu Ren was convinced that the transfer of this stone to Yanjun was the safest choice. The young man did not understand the meaning of these words until he noticed where the look of the elder was directed. Seeing Vimun, he realized what it was about. If the elder knew that it was the Supreme Sword, it was really safe to give the stone to him. At this point, the guard informed the owner that all the preparations were completed. Looking at the bag, Janjun understood that there is little time, and there was no suitable cause for refusal. Therefore, he decided to agree to accept it. He promised to return quickly, and Gu Ren assured that he would give a moment of news about his departure and confirm that everything was fine. Yangun was interested in where his eldest sister disappeared, but the elder was convinced that she was crying somewhere, mourning his departure. In the end, the carriage, along with the driver, continued her journey. The new moon just exclaimed to Gai Ren, asking him to say goodbye to his sister instead. As soon as the carriage drove, Gu Ren decided to find out in the moment why she did not go to say goodbye to her brother. However, she sat, curled up with a glomerulus, and softly sobbed. She did not imagine how she could appear in front of her brother with such a crying face. Gai Ren was surprised because of her excitement, because Janjun was no longer a 3-year-old baby. However, the girl considered him very fragile. When they drove at a sufficient distance, Yangun decided to turn to the guard. He wanted to know how much time it was left before arrival. The guard only smiled and recalled that the gentleman had already asked this question 30 times. He repeated that they need to overcome a much greater distance than the one they have already drove. These answers caused the sadness of Yanjun, while his words were a little entertained by Muna. That kindly, having shot down, he failed the young mistress. He was already tired. In fact, Yanjun's current alarm was caused only by this elder. He did not imagine how he could safely travel with such a prominent swordmaster nearby. To calm down, he looked at the salt that flashed the cookies. He asked to share a cookie with him, hoping to get a little rest, too. However, you insisted that the yonder first asked the permission from the maid before she shared his cookies with him. The girl immediately agreed to offer the owner of the treat, knowing that he was also pleasing. In the end, you were glad that he took not much and left her enough. At about the same time, the guest came to the moment, and the girl was curious to know who she was. It was the Nazunbaya who was slightly embarrassed by the girl. At that moment, it became clear that the bride of her brother was in front of her. Watching the young guest, the girl could not help but indicate her natural beauty and grace, even despite her stretched appearance. The curiosity won, and the hostess decided to find out why the young person had such an unusual appearance, because the girl looked like a wandering. The girl smiled and confessed that she got off the road several times before reaching the destination. The sister was still interesting to know about the main purpose of her visit. Bea sincerely confessed that she came to visit her fiancé. These words caused a smile in Guibi, which carefully reminded that their engagement had not yet been officially announced. She explained that her younger brother was not. Finally, she introduced herself to Yanjun's eldest sister. Her face shone from pride when she said it. Hearing this, the Nazunbia gathered with thoughts, and Guibibi was glad that she showed respect for her. After that, the guest calmly asked where Yangun went. For the moment, laughing, she explained that he was far from here, in the Hua Mountains, and they were unlikely to meet. The assembly Bia was getting rid of and smiling, hearing about it. Guibi hoped that the girl would hear her advice and return home. Unfortunately, she was wrong. The girl disappeared immediately, going on the road. The moment she was outraged that Bia went without even saying goodbye. At this time, everyone was already sleeping at the cart, both the maids and even the guard. They are placed by the fire, and you were entrusted with MUN. However, the young man did not sleep, but trained. In court, how energy penetrated into his breath, it was possible to guess that he was already on the verge of reaching the 4th star. He considered it a bad sign because the energy was spread, contrary to his desire, when more in his body was accumulated more than not. The young student urgently needed to overcome the barrier of the 3rd star. In addition, he was sad because he could barely release energy, while his sister easily did it in one movement. So the young man realized that his abilities were far from perfection. However, he decided not to justify himself, but to continue persistent workouts. He began to concentrate his energy. However, he soon remembered the roll in his pocket. Considering a small roll, he convinced himself that in no way could it be lost. He could not understand why he was instructed to deliver this stone. However, he noticed that the smell of stone had increased significantly. The aroma of flowering plum distracted it, forcing it to postpone the workout. After the aroma, the plum petals began to circle and fall. It was strange because, in fact, the middle of summer. At that moment, a spirit appeared behind him, who did not recognize the student of the sect. The guy looked around in search of the speaker, but in vain. The voice that sounded behind his back tried to find out how a newcomer who did not belong to the HUA sect was the ability to absorb energy. Yangtus seemed to be dreaming, because he began to hear strange voices. The spirit explained that he dreamed of finding out what kind of young man belongs to, because he's so insatiable, absorbed someone else's energy, that he could just explode soon. Yanjun denied that he had not picked up anything, but at that moment he realized that he began to absorb the energy of the stone he held in his hands. He soon fainted. When the morning came, V-Soul and the guard tried to bring him to his senses. They tried to understand what happened to him. As it turned out, you found the boy unconscious in the forest and brought him back. Yangun thanked the man, but he replied that he was his duty. After these words, the old man suddenly became froward and sad. The guard asked the young owner about what happened last night. The boy remembered how he trained. Then the stone he received began to emit a strange glow. To his surprise, when he took out the artifact, he remained unchanged outside. The only change, the stone lost its smell. Probably the technique of absorption of a dynamic well worked unexpectedly, which is why it was faint. Yangun believed that something unusual was hidden in the treasure, but he did not even suspect that he could absorb this force. Now he truly began to worry about his unusual ability, but he was aware that it was even for the better because he was able to reach the 4th star. Soon everyone gathered and moved on. Yanjun realized that getting the 4th star in one night seemed incredible, so everyone looked so strangely at him. At that moment, he approached the salt. She noted that the young owner was blowing an unusual aroma. He was surprised because he changed his clothes and washed more often than Salt. She specified that the aroma was pleasant. The young man suspected that he was blowing from the forest. However, the doubts about the salts have grown. Even if she felt the changes in it, it indicates that its internal energy has indeed increased significantly. By chance, he could cross the line of the 3rd star and move to the 4th. Now he could easily control the fire, almost like his sister. However, the guy was aware that, without using his power, he would not know anything. He secretly hoped that he would once be able to check it. Suddenly the carriage stirred sharply, and Yanchun from the straw fell to the ground. The confused maid rushed to them to make sure of their safety. Raising, Janzun asked the guard with a question about the cause of the stop. He thoughtfully stared at the distance, clearly tense. At that moment, Yangun noticed the stranger's approach. The stranger evaded, apologizing for his sudden arrival. Looking at his outfit, the young man recognized the symbol. This man was a 3rd-generation student from Hua Mountain. He stopped the cart to ask something. Yangun recognized this man from her previous life. He, without a doubt, did not want to meet face-to-face with those whom he once killed with his own hands. Now this guy is young and full of energy, not at all as in his past life. At this point, the angry Muon could not understand how the follower of the great dragon could do so recklessly. The stranger apologized to explaining that he did not intend to interfere with them. He just needed to check something. He wanted to look at the carriage, assuming that it could have one of the students. Yangun was aware that it was about him, although the likelihood of such a coincidence was scanty. The man explained that he felt a long-distance aura, which raised many questions. Having realized the futility of explanations, the guard instantly instructed his sword on a suspicious warrior. At this point, the man was already in one step from Yanjun. He decided to ask the guy why he felt the aura of the majestic Hua Mountains. The guy truly worried, realizing that he got into a mess. However, he heard the voice of a strange spirit sitting nearby. The spirit was surprised that Yangun was able to see it. It finally knocked the guy out of balance. He even rubbed his eyes, trying to get rid of bizarre visions. However, this did not help, and the little old man ordered Yanjun to congratulate him. At this point, the student of the sect noted the strange behavior of the young gentleman. He just apologized, explaining that he was overwhelmed by training, and now he is getting different nonsense. However, the spirit insisted that it was not nonsense or vision. Then Yangun decided to ask the guy if he sees something unusual. For example, a young grandfather, about a rat size. However, the warrior did not notice anything. The boy asked the same question to the guard. He decided to play the owner, saying that the eastern spirit had red hair. Yangun realized that he only sees the spirit. This thought seemed incredible. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the ghost was chasing after him, and it was very scared. However, the old man only noticed the boy that he had swallowed him. At this point, Yangun realized that it was about the same precious stone. The spirit explained that he had absorbed the essence of the stone, though he was not his heir. Moreover, the spirit helped him avoid blocking chi flows after absorption, to which Yangun answered, calling him a rat. Having mastered his emotions, the guy decided to find out who this spirit really was. That was surprised that Yanjun had not recognized him yet, thinking that the guy seems to know nothing about this world. However, the guy believed that if he did not know him, it means that he was not so popular. Disappointed in his words, the old man eventually decided to introduce himself. He was the 8th leader of the big sect, Tyre Kalami, the immortal sword of Mount Hua. The events of his life took place before the creation of heaven, when the great and most horrifying war with the demons broke out. Only 5 martial arts masters survived this horrible slaughterhouse. Even after a century, their names are repeatedly mentioned in the history of Murim. One of the most revered members of the sect is Tyre's. John Jun stared at him, trying to understand how such an unnoticeable person could be such a prominent warrior. Although the comparison sounded only in his thoughts, the Tyre chill still heard these words. Janjun could not understand how at all you could believe that that spirit was really a famous warrior. He still became wondering why this man was inside the stone. Shin Chol had no accurate information, but he had the impression that Yanjun knew even more than Chol himself. The spirit was interesting. As a young man, not related to the Hua sect, managed to absorb the essence of the plum stone. Watching the uncertainty of Yanjun, Shin Chol began to suspect certain things. He realized that the guy clearly hides something. However, he understood that everyone had their own secrets, especially young people. In any case, he was aware that he was approaching a more serious problem and suggested that it focus on it. This serious problem was the unexpected appearance of several soldiers. They stood in front of a kid that was scared by Yanjun. However, the guy nearby reassured and advised not to pay attention. I am sure that the warriors did not pose a threat. At this point, Muyen took the boy hostage. He warned the young owner about the danger. He seemed to be a trap. Considering the warrior, Yangun suggested not going so far. However, Muyen had a different point of view. Since their appearance, he felt relentless hostility. The guy who was grabbed by Mono pleaded to listen to him. He did not understand why the members of the sect were so angry, but he believed that he could set up the situation simply by talking. Muon realized that they were members of his sect. A symbol on their clothes confirmed it. The young man just hoped that Janzun would trust him and eventually ordered the Muna to release him. The young man immediately reassured Yanjun, assuring that he would solve everything himself. But as soon as he approached that company, he was immediately started to beat. Immediately afterwards, the warriors hid their weapons and apologized, explaining that one of them had to feel a threat. Yanjun apologized for the fact that they pulled the swords without understanding the situation first. He was wondering what could make them move so far from the city, and he suggested that something important had happened. Unfortunately, the warrior had no right to disclose this information, but their acquaintance confessed that recently their sect members began to disappear. It seemed strange because the Plum branch was not so weak that its participants would disappear without a trace. The warrior confessed that while they searched the forest, one of their comrades rushed forward, claiming that he felt the energy similar to them. Janjun realized that this was about him and decided to consult with Tyre Chol what to do next. He explained that he blocked energy, so now they would not feel anything. Other warriors wanted to check her, which was why Yangun was scared, believing that they were still feeling this energy. The old man suggested that Yanjun demonstrate the stone he brought. Pulling the stone, the young man showed him to the warriors, and their faces immediately were surprised. It was their treasure, which their leader lost while being intoxicated. They could not believe that Gai Ren's story was true. War became clear why he felt familiar with energy. Yanjun had their precious sidewalk. The warriors were interested in where the young man got this stone. Yangan said he was from the GU clan and went to their sect to return the lost property. The warriors began to whisper indecently, but eventually leaned, greeting a respectable master from the famous clan, and apologized for the revealed hostility. At this point, one of the boys began to remember his sister. However, one of the warriors hit him on his head, after which the others began to take him away. Yanjun immediately realized what he would talk about and decided to find out what exactly he meant, assumed that his sister had already created problems. The warriors just smiled, denying the boy's words, though he was right, and they realized it. He apologized and promised that as soon as the Hua Mountains got, he would immediately take his sister. The warriors were clearly happy, hearing that Janjun intends to take his sister. They surrounded a young gentleman and suggested that he go with them. Then the guy was interested in thinking that he had managed to do it. Meanwhile, the girl was standing behind the door without deciding to enter. However, the stranger, feeling her approach, was invited to whisper, "Come in." Janso entered and uncertainly congratulated her mentor. It was a charming elderly woman who realized that the girl probably went to the street at night. However, she still came to her. Running closer, the girl immediately hugged the mentor, asking if everything was fine. The woman explained that contemplating the beautiful moon reassures her. When it hugged, she felt incredible relief. In addition, the mentor smiled, realizing that the students would soon end. Yinso dreamed of staying with her mentor forever, but the woman thought it was time for the girl to go home. She mentioned it, although she did not realize why this thought was so upset her. The girl denied, noting that none of them was her real family. The woman was surprised, but realized that as an old woman, she had no right to interfere with her students' family affairs. Yinso asked not to talk like that. She knew that until the woman had become ill, she was a famous sage of blossoming magic. However, all those times have passed, and now she didn't even know how much she had to live in this world. At this time, heading closer to Yanjun, the Nazunbiai met many monsters. However, the brave warrior won anyone who stood in her way. After another battle, she stopped and tried to catch smells around. Her intuition did not fail. Some more monsters were hidden nearby. She immediately rushed forward, continuing to chase. Meanwhile, Yanchun's carriage stopped in the evening for rest. The boy asked the salt to cook food for everyone. The warriors were divided into two groups. One stood in custody, and the other set up a camp for overnight stay. At that time, Yangun spoke to Tira Chol, trying to find out how to free his body from the spirit. However, the old man explained that he was not tied to him. Probably the presence of students of his sect prevents him from going. Yangsun had a question to the old man, but he strictly quarreled the guy, reminding that he was an immortal sword, and therefore it is impossible to turn to him so impolite. When the spirit reminded of his title, he again noticed Yanjun's distrustful look. In fact, the young man believed, but doubts were caused by other reasons. Shinchol understood what Yangun wanted to say, but explained that he was not interested in an infected body. It was strange to hear such words from whose body had long turned into dust. The spirit noted that it is inappropriate to speak so who hides something even more lying inside. Yanjun was interested in what ominous power is. Shinchol was surprised that the young man is not even aware that he was carrying in his body. But first he decided to find out what happened to the bloody demon. This fact surprised the boy. In the end, Yangun came to the conclusion that this man could not be an immortal sword because he killed a demon. The young man could not understand how this spirit so boldly calls himself a tire cell. However, the real fate of the warrior remained a secret. The man was shot down from the panther because for unknown reasons he could not remember what his final battle with a bloody demon. This was even more surprised by the young man. Changing the topic, Yang Tuzun decided to figure out what was hidden inside him. The old man knew about it, but refrained from the answer because the young man did not believe his words. Yangun was surprised by the capricious spirit, but in the end, he decided to tell, even if he did not fully understand this phenomenon. The old man thought strange that Janjun did not feel such a terrible power within himself. He managed to restrain this powerful force for a while, so she could not cause harm to it. Yanjun was amazed that the situation is so serious. At that moment, the spirit decided to release what he once seized so that the young man could see it himself. Purple shadows were spinning around Yanjun. Purple shadows wrapped it up. When it seemed that he was about to plunge into this darkness, the old man reappeared. Only then did the Yangun be able to exhale quietly and ask what it was. The spirit reassured the boy, assuring that he could still hold back this power. He also admitted that he did not know the nature of this power. Recognizing that Yanjun had many questions, he decided to stop the discussion so far. Yanjun could not understand why Shin-chol did not want to answer the question, but he only pointed to the sky. The young man noticed nothing and calmly asked what was being about. Behind him, the purple glow has already begun to fade. The moment did not pass, how a bright purple glow fell nearby. The frightened Yangun immediately returned to the warrior, trying to understand what he was doing. The warrior explained that since ancient times there was a proverb in all sects. In particular, the real friendship is hardened in battles. Janzhong realized that this guy was calling him for a duel. The warrior bowed and confessed that he had never fought his peers before, because of which he felt easy excitement. Yanzun was surprised because he believed that there were many students in his sect who are the same as he was. Reflecting on it, the young warrior felt uncomfortable. He was well aware that this man was in front of him, a young representative of the elite of martial arts. For the average warrior, this rival would be an insurmountable wall. If someone wants to fight with peers, it will only deepen their inferiority complex. Tire Chill is affected by Yanjun's insight. In the end, the young man agreed to go to the fight with the warrior, but only once. The man thanked him immediately, and the lightnings began to embark on him. He finally suggested that the fight start. Suddenly, the guy was struck by an unknown attack. When Yanjun looked at, he noticed that lightning punched a huge hole in the nearest tree. Then appeared the Nazunbaya, looking at the young owner. But then she smiled shyly, glad that she finally found it. Then Yanjun remembered when he saw her last in his previous life. She was dying in his arms. Looking at her, he could not understand why she did so inadvertently. He was aware that she could escape and escape. He was unclear why she decided to fight him. The girl only smiled poorly using the last forces and explained that she just wanted to do it. It was then that the moon came down, and she realized, Yanchun nearby, like the moon, so you can safely go. These were her last words before she gave her last breath. At that moment, a young warrior was behind Yanjun, who could not believe that the semi-demons could feel such simple human emotions as friendship. He even suspected that the girl could be in love with him. The warrior advised Yanju not to miss, because he would soon have the opportunity to see his beloved. However, the young man explained that he could only promise. He wanted the death of a warrior to be as painful as possible. Now, looking at the west of Bia, Yangun mentioned her former face. He was really scared and could not understand why she suddenly appeared here. Another warrior approached at that moment. While guarding the sword, he asked Yanjun if he knew that woman. If he does not know this woman, then he would like to kill her on her own. Yanjun was aware that to injure the Hua Mountain warrior was a serious crime, and he is unlikely to protect the girl if he was familiar. In addition, he did not yet agree to this engagement. But at that moment, the Nazun Bia, she said that her fiancé was in front of them. All the warriors froze with surprise, not knowing how to respond to this surprise. After that, the warriors surrounded Yanchun, wondering how such a beautiful girl could become his bride. Yanchun was at an interest in what brought her to him. She frankly confessed she wanted to meet with him. Yangun became interested in why the warriors, who were ready to break her into pieces a few minutes ago, suddenly began to pay so much attention to her. He was still interested in why she attacked if she just wanted to meet. Shin-chol noted that this girl was on the verge of her strength. She was apparently exhausted by the pursuit behind him and sleepless nights, and it was unlikely to distinguish between a person from a demon. Yangun did not understand why to bring yourself to a state when you did not see the difference between warriors and monsters should be considered acceptable. However, Shin-chol was aware that she actually sought this meeting with him. However, the boy explained by IA that she faced the members of the Hua Mountain, and this clan could not just forgive it. However, watching the young warrior, he noticed that he was not angry. He seems to be completely fascinated by the girl's beauty. In the end, he was passionate about the battle. He called Yanjun for the duel here and now. The young man realized that he had no reason to refuse. Finally, they both armed, preparing for a duel. However, the wandering eye of the warrior is still constantly stopping on the white. It seemed that the girl did not notice his views and talked with her girlfriends. Yanjun was frankly surprised at how much the warrior was interested in the girl. Tire Chill even seemed that Janjun was a little jealous. However, he explained that he had accepted the challenge of the heart, and he was outraged only by the fact that the enemy now used it with dishonest intentions. Shinchol understood that Yanjun had no other choice. He also had to join this fight. Although Yangun did not see in this sense, Shinchol realized that he himself sought to test his own power. At this point, Muon pleaded so that the young master would not be injured, and you tried to understand why the bias came. The warriors have already started to bet on the battle. Many even sympathized with the owner of the GU, realizing that he could not resist such a monster. They all witnessed the warrior's combat talent. He often allowed himself to play, but as soon as he took the game seriously, remained invincible. And now he was as concentrated as possible. In this battle, the cherry petals were whispering, and the warrior decided to take the first attack. To the surprise of all the sakura petals, they suddenly began to burn slowly. Yangtus was approaching, radiating a bright flame. Looking at himself, the guy realized that his flames remained weaker than his sister. At that moment, Yangun noticed how his opponent opened his face in surprise. The heir of the GU could only hope that the young man was not frightened by his strength. The young man took a more confident sword and, smiling, decided to start the fight. The first rushed into the battle, moving as a light wind flow. In the end, they came together in a duel, but Yanchun managed to get closer to the enemy quickly and hit the stomach. In addition, it increased this blow with its internal energy. The talented opponent flew back, all covered with fire. Even his weapon did not stand this blow and crumbled into pieces. After falling on his knees, the warrior admitted his defeat after a single blow. At that moment, the assemble of Bia rose from its seat. Going to Yanjun with a naked sword, Nazun Biao called him to fight, demanding that he test his hand and against her. As soon as the fight, the young man did not understand why he was given such a request. However, he saw that the Nazun Bia was clearly angry because of his refusal. Ultimately, Yangun explained that it was too late, but promised to compete with her next time. The girl just smiled joyfully and took him by her hand. She smiled happily when he recalled the promise he had to fulfill. After this fight, staying alone, the boy continued to meditate. Watching him, Shinchol was amazed at the abilities of this young man. He used the central nucleus that impressed the imagination. However, Yangun was aware that this is only the initial level of ability. Shinchol explained that in order to master the central core at such a young age, one must be extremely gifted. However, you should not risk and try to achieve more. If you fully open the nucleus, the essence hidden in it can get out of control. As it turned out, it was closely related to its internal energy. The more he used it, the more uncontrolled it became. Tire Crow explained that any use of the ability, except for the release of flames or coating of fists with fire, can lead to loss of control. Yangjun was upset. It was clearly not enough. At that moment, the same warrior was struck by the victory of Yangjun, but Yangjun himself still remained dissatisfied with his power. The young man could not understand what purpose he came to. The warrior, leaning, said that he wanted to express his gratitude to Yanju. He confessed that a little inappropriate and did not fully realize why he was trying to teach him Yangun, but he felt that Janjun wanted to convey an important lesson to him. Shin Chol was amazed. This young man, even having suffered an indisputable defeat, was not upset, but on the contrary, carefully analyzed the situation. Yanchun was surprised. While he tried his best to calm down, the warrior meanwhile invented some nonsense about their battle. Yangan assured that he did not intend to teach him intentionally, but was pleased that he still learned something for himself. At that time, the warrior finally confessed that he was most gifted among his peers, but met Yanjun, realized how the huge world was around. He was convinced that Yangun was in his workout so much effort that it is difficult for him to even imagine. That is why, leaning his head, he decided to thank the boy once again. But in the features of his face, Janjun saw only the features of the one who once killed. Now he could not but feel deep hatred of himself for that act. Meanwhile, Vusal was happily discussed with her grandfather how their younger owner defeated the boy in flower clothes, while the closest members of his sect were upset. However, you explained Saul's grandfather that they had a serious problem. The young gentleman was going to get married. You considered it a joyful event. But at this point, the Salt shouted loudly in protest. She confessed that she didn't know what it means marrying, but she didn't like it. She believed that only she had the right to be near the owner, and was convinced that Janjun had to obtain her permission first. However, my grandfather decided to explain his granddaughter what a marriage was, and it was even more upset. After that, everyone gathered for dinner, but you were surprisingly restless. A recent conversation has complicated a few more points for her, so she was much more thoughtful than usual. Seeing this, Mon decided that his granddaughter feels bad. However, she only shook her head quietly. Yangun became interested in why the girl was angry with food and ate nothing as if she had felt bad. He explained that if he is going to miss the basic meals due to constant snacks, then all the flavors should be returned immediately. Meanwhile, the Nazun Bia, as if nothing had happened, chose herself. Every time Bia tried to take the delicacy, Viusol immediately grabbed them directly from under the sticks. This has happened several times, which made the white doubt. Janzun was angry, trying to find out what was the matter. However, you intervened the MUN, dissatisfied with the fact that you taught your granddaughter how to behave properly at the table. At that moment, you finally lost patience. She stood up sharply, admitting that everyone had already tired of her. After that, without releasing a plate with soup from his hands, she rushed away. Yangan looked after her surprise. He even suggested that he may have the Nazun Bia told the girl something strange. However, it was not. After that battle with Yen Feng, you began to behave strange and looked very upset. It was not even the most retardant. When the morning came and Janjun finally woke up, he greeted Moon, praising him for his conscientious service. They had to continue the parking lot for a few more days. Recently, Yanjun spent the night in the open air, then in a cozy bed at home, and because of this, he could not sleep. Now, heading to the stream, he decided to swim a little. But at that moment he was found by Yan Feng and suggested that Yang Tuna to work together. Yang Tun could not understand why he went without clothes. However, Shin Chol explained that the body of a warrior is a reflection of his thoughts. Training by the Feng-free shirt helped him more efficiently to accumulate internal energy. He even cited the analogy, the stronger the tree trunk, the lush it blooms. Shin Chol believed that Yanjun should also work on his body. However, the young man refused to work out, explaining that he had more important things. The warrior was wondering what important plans were Yan Chun for today, and the young man was surprised that the warrior had forgotten so quickly. Finally, they got into the carriage. They went on the road. The walls of the city reached the evening. Tyre Crow continued to felt the constant grace of this place. His heart was so angry that tears came in his eyes. After a while, they reached the nearest house. Yan Chun was surprised that the inhabitants of the mountains were forced to walk up on foot, but for them it has become a commonplace. The young man believed that the founder of the clan, who decided to build a settlement on the top of the mountain, clearly did not think about this decision carefully. Even Shin Chol also had similar thoughts. Returning an hour ago when the carriage stopped, they were offered to spend the night below and continue their lift in the morning. They could already prepare a place for the night, but Yangun understood that it was better to hurry up with the rise because they were transporting the Hua treasure. Watching the faces of the warriors, he realized that it was impossible to give up their hospitable invitation. Then they decided to go first to inform that Mr. Gu would come the next day. John Funga was left with Yanjun so that he could accompany their guest. Yanjun could not understand why they did not want to bring John Funga with them. After all, mentors were looking forward to his return. For some unknown reason, John Funga's face became even sad. Now, thinking about this, Yanjun suspected that John Funga may not have gotten well with his elders too well. Even Shin Chol was surprised by such a reaction, because during his reign, everything was different. Finally, there was a sly with a large dumplings tray. She brought exactly what the gentleman asked so hard. He immediately began to look at the treat, looking at them as if for real-life happiness. The salt did not go far from the owner, but also suggested that he drink a glass of water. She was very kind, and Yanjun could not be interested in what could influence the girl. The maid, smiling, realized that she really coped with everything she should. Yanjun wondered why you were the salt, which was just upset recently, suddenly so cheered. That is why he gently stroked her on his head. At that moment the girl was a little discord, but she did not argue. Janzun praised her and always asked to do so. The girl immediately assured that she would make efforts in the future. At this point there was also a Nazun Bia, who stretched Yanjun a little dumplings. However, looking at you salt, Janjun thought whether he should eat this dumplings. At this point the maid was finally angry, and therefore ate the dumplings that were intended for Yanjun. All the time she looked at Bu with indignation, as if she wanted to emphasize her dislike. However, the girl did not notice that and just smiled in response. Watching their exchanges, Janjun wanted them to go as soon as possible and leave him to enjoy the meal alone. Around the same time as the head of the criminals department questioned his informant, the man suspected that the spy had been exposed, and this direct question was alarmed. Stuttering, he explained that the Hua sect seemed to have learned all their plans. The leader was obviously disappointed at how quickly they had disclosed all the information, but he could not change anything at this time. The frightened spy immediately was about to report on the situation in the main palace. However, the leader ordered him not to delay and hoped that he was as soon as possible. In addition, it turned out that another order was received from the main palace. The immortal doctor was noticed on the way to Shanisei, which was a lot of angry the leader. The spy reported that the doctor was noticed in the province of Anghua, and the scouts tried to determine his present location. Getting out of his place and keeping a weapon near his under his neck, the man recalled that he did not order to send a reconnaissance group. Leaning, the spy explained that it was a direct order from the leader. This really struck the head of the department. The leader decided to clarify the plan, to kill a doctor or to capture him alive. They were ordered to detain the doctor and imprison one of the departments in an underground dungeon, which seemed a fairly boring task. He was wondering if he could defeat anyone who would try to stand on his way. And the bishop did not deny because he only needed a healer. Smiling, the leader realized that this task promises to be extremely exciting, and at the same moment disappeared. At about this time, Janjun completed the rise to the mountain. He still could not understand how they thought to establish a sect on the top. Shin Chol recalled that such as they, all their lives were climbing these stairs, and everything was well. Yen Fung explained that in these steps, the deep wisdom of Mount Hua is hidden. They are reminded that nothing to achieve nothing without hard work. However, even Shin Chol admitted that he would be ready to deal with those who decided to build a temple here. At that moment, V, which did not seem tired at all, suggested carrying a young gentleman on her back. However, he sought to preserve at least the remnants of his pride. He was more interested in why the maid did not look tired. At that moment, Yanjun appeared in front of Yanjun, reaching out his hand. Then the guy noted that the girl looked not so tired. She gave him a hand to help rise and then bowed her head in respect. Jensen could not understand why she did so, but Vihis seems to be clear and was very angry. Yanjun realized that the Nazun Bia was waiting for his praise, and the tire chill pushed him to action. However, Salt prevented him from touching the head of the Navun Bia, and instead let her hand gently on her hair. Smiling, the maid assured the owner that she was always ready to come to the rescue. It seems like B is not upset, because she hopes that next time she will receive his well-deserved praise. The guy looked around to see how others move. He saw Amuna with Moonin a little behind. They did not look too tired, but one of the maids could barely climb the stairs and even begged to be left behind. At this point, the head of the Hua mountain clan appeared, greeted the guests. It was a low-growth old man, and Shin Chol was unable to hide his dissatisfaction seeing the current head of the sect. The old man cheered Yanjun on his shoulder, jokingly reproaching that he had made him wait for so long. In addition, he was glad that the elders would finally stop annoying. Since he lost that stone, they did not give him rest. As a result, while the man continued to speak, Yangun barely had time to introduce himself. However, this did not make sense, because the head explained that the elder Gu Ren had already sent him a letter about a visit, where he put everything in detail. Yan Chun came to pass the flowering stone and pick up his younger sister. The young man was glad that thanks to the master of the case, it would quickly decide here. However, at this point, the leader hinted that Gu Ren had hidden something. Yang Tuzun could not understand what it was until it turned out that it was about energy inside him. At this point, the man looked with Veen, who accompanied Jan Chun. In the end, he calmed down and decided to decide in turn. He realized that the guests were tired of the road, so he instructed the servants to give them shelter and food. He then invited them to the premises to discuss all the cases. Yanjun looked at the Chill's tire, trying to figure out what he should do next. The spirit just laughed, realizing that the guy was almost certainly punished for absorbing the essence of the artifact of their clan. He reassured Yanjun, assuring that they did not plan to kill him. Yanjun soon met his head, who apologized for not giving him the opportunity to rest. He hoped that the guy realized that one who absorbed the energy of the stone could not walk around the yard. Even without the controversy, Yangun understood everything, and after all, shared how everything happened. However, his grandfather could not believe that as soon as the young man easily touched the stone, he instantly absorbed all the energy. Yangun was not sure whether he did the right thing, telling the whole truth, hiding only part of the appearance of tires. The spirit considered it correct, because Yangun did not lie when he said that he just trained and suddenly absorbed that force. However, it was difficult for the manager to believe it. It was not only about absorption, but also that he was able to keep two completely opposite in terms of energy. In the end, he decided to close this issue, realizing that Yangun actually came to his sister. The boy immediately stood up to find out how to get to her. However, it turned out to be deception. The old man only laughed, wondering that Yangun really believed that he could avoid punishment. However, the leader was surprised when he saw such an indifferent reaction of the boy. He apologized to explaining that the old man had the same facial expression as Guy Ren's elders when he joked. The old man seemed to be impolite to compare them, but for Yanjun, the similarity became obvious, because this old man in a drunken ugar lost the treasure of the clan. After a joke, the man still decided to take the boy to his sister. At this time, an elderly woman was at a reception with doctors who found that her blood had mixed with the streams of qi. They could not understand how she can withstand the pain to which her body is exposed. However, she noted that the pain was not so strong. However, the doctor realized that she was lying, trying to look stronger. She, without a doubt, sought to preserve her pride in front of a student of Yahello. The girl was watching the master with excitement. The doctor decided to find out how long it lasted with her. It turned out that her disease lasted for the 4th year. The man sought to find out what happened to her. She only clumsily sighed without dare to confess everything. At this point, Jonso felt something strange. At the same moment, the woman's lips flowed. The doctor stretched her handkerchief calmly, and she thanked her, began to wipe carefully. The doctor realized that the seal was imposed on it. However, he understood that he had to notice it when measuring her pulse, and it was embarrassed. The woman intended to ask something by contacting him as a divine doctor, but he immediately interrupted it and forbade him to call him so. Having apologized, the woman wondered how much she had to live. After that, the question of the face of Jans was blushed, as if a wave of tears. The doctor said, "If you are lucky, 2 months may have time to live in the winter." From this awareness, the woman was engulfed in the trumpet, but only a smile remained on her face. Looking at her, the divine doctor remembered her past. She was a majestic warrior, the strongest among women. However, she was no longer reminiscent of the one she used to be. The doctor assured that he would make every effort and asked to leave the room. The girl did not want to leave the master, but realized that there was no other choice, so she left. Meanwhile, Yang Tuzun rose higher and higher on the stairs, which was amazed by the fact that in the morning he was forced to overcome these steps for the 2nd time. The head just laughed, reminding of their philosophy. Nothing is achieved without hard work. As soon as Janjun stood up, he noticed that the door had opened, and his older sister appeared on the doorstep. They both froze in surprise. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. At that moment, not feeling the sudden stop, the guy walking behind crashed straight into her head. Yangun did not immediately recognize the boy, trying to understand who it was. Looking at the young man, Janjun was not joke. Yeno was restrained by the boy to be more careful and watch where he was going. However, at that moment, she felt the incredible power and energy that came from her brother. He was approaching like a ruthless disaster. Yangun remembered his past when he returned from the next task. And here the strategist Fan Jikok gladly congratulated him, noting that Yanjun had completed the task and remained whole and unharmed. However, he noticed that Janjun was too annoyed. He decided to find out what Yanjun was annoying so much. However, he soon realized that he may have been upset by a girl named Bia. After these words, Yanjun finally lost his self-control. Fan Juhilek explained with a smile that it was the desire of their lord. He was surprised that Yangun remained dissatisfied with this decision. Yanjun was lightning quite next to this guy, close to his face, crowded with anger. He raised his hand, preparing to clamp his face. However, the young man asked Mr. to remember that their leader's words are undeniable. At that moment, Yangun made himself stop. At that moment, the Heavenly Lord had already died, and the Supreme Sword lost his hand, so he did not threaten the Heavenly Demon. Their plan was almost perfect, although there were some consequences. And Fanjuko realized that their master would probably leave all these issues of Yanju. However, at that moment, he was so angry that he regretted that he intervened in all of it. As soon as Yangun recognized this man, he immediately grabbed him and began to choke. His mind fully captured the past. However, at some point, the leader intervened, forcing Yanjun to retreat. Seeing that he lost control, he decided to use one of his technicians and warned in advance it would be a little painful. Immediately thereafter, there was a powerful explosion that worried everyone who was in the building. The head, as nothing happened, greeted the doctor, glad that he was here. Having shown the doctor of unconscious Yanjun, he reported that he had brought him a new patient. He soon explained to Yanjun, who came to his senses, that a divine doctor was the greatest doctor of his generation, capable of healing any ailment. He was also acquainted with the famous sword of their sect, the Queen of the Sword of Plum Flowering. The child on whom Yangun was attacked was a grandson and a doctor of a doctor. Since the boy did not talk, all the questions had to be directed directly by the doctor. After completing the performance, the chief became interesting while Yanjun attacked that guy. At this point, the young man realized how serious the situation he got into. He realized that since he saw this guy, his memories became so blurred that he could not even come up with any excuse for himself. For the first time, he heard that Fan Juhek was a doctor's grandson and did not expect to meet him here. Now he did not know how to proceed. At this point, the elder realized that Yangun did not remember his actions well. The boy froze, not understanding how the old man learned about it. The old man calmly explained that it was only his assumption. Now the old man asked the doctor to examine the child, but he did not express a special desire to fulfill this request. Until the dispute with the doctor broke out, the word took the sword. Yanjun was amazed that she seemed to know him. It turned out that Janjun's mother was her close girlfriend, and the woman did not hide the joy of finally. She was surprised at how much Janjun looks like her mother. Outwardly, it is very similar to the father, but the internal energy and the atmosphere was almost indistinguishable from the mother. She felt that he had a quiet, but at the same time a good heart. At this time, the divine doctor tried to escape to avoid the treatment of Yanjun. However, the head offered him a letter to Yanjun in exchange for Yanjun's review. The crazy healer could not refuse, but warned that it was the last time when he fulfilled his request. In the end, he immediately started examining Yanjun's body immediately. There he found something unusual, from which his face was distorted by fear. He explained that something was clear with this boy. The state of Yanchun can be described as if it were a living corpse. The young man did not realize what the man meant, but the man explained that in his body circulates several types of energy, and even the fact that he is able to move seems incredible. Yang Tuzun was aware that he had been consumed too much lately, but did not think it would be a problem. He hoped that he would be solved by himself, but suspected that the bloody force displayed by Shin Chol was gradually destroying him. However, the ghost assured that this is not true. Yanchun was angry when he saw the ghost because the Chin's chill disappeared for a long time. However, Shin Chol explained that when Yanchun lost control of himself and the head of the sect reassured him, the connection between them simply disappeared. Hearing the doctor's words, he realized that his assumptions were true. It was thanks to this purple substance inside that Yanjun still remained alive. In simple words, this mysterious essence restrained all the stormy energy flows in it, but it was also not safe. Immediately returning to the immortal doctor, Yangun decided to find out what to do with all this energy. The doctor explained that the guy could choose one of the two ways, either to live on, hoping that the problem would disappear by himself, or find a way to get rid of it. But he warned that his body can break at any moment, and it would not be a wonder. He couldn't help anything. Frankly, his current physical condition was such that energy could break the body literally while eating or taking a bath. The sect leader realized that the situation was much worse than he expected. However, Jones could not understand why her brother remained so calm, learning that his life is under threat. Yanjun was aware that he was currently alive, and there were no reasons for concern, but Yeno reminded that he could die at any moment. Yanjun reassured his sister and advised to get better to return home. However, the girl did not want to go, and Yangun did not deny. He only asked that, in her opinion, their father would say if he reported that he did not return her home because she did not want to go. Probably he would be quite indifferent to her feelings. Watching their conversation, the head clapped Yanjun gently on his head and offered him to rest alone, because it was his first day here, and he probably was tired. After that, the head also said goodbye to the doctor, promising to go again. But the doctor just got angry and threatened to escape if it happens. When everyone left, the doctor realized it was a really strange baby. However, most of the doctor was embarrassed by the fact that, despite the terrible news of his own death, the boy did not show any reaction. It seemed that life was not worth the value for him. At this time, Yang Tuzun went to a snack, but Shin Chol reminded him that even simple meals could be deadly for him. It seemed that Yangun decided to arrange a farewell meal, although in fact he did not think. Yangun noted that he committed many sins and considered it karma. It surprised the Chill's tire because the guy was very young and he could hardly do something so terrible. Returning to his room, Janjun discovered Bu, which was located in his bed. She explained that she intended to stay here for the night and all this time waited for her fiancé. However, Yangun noted that the head of the sect prepared different rooms for them and asked her to go to his own. However, she explained that they were allocated only one room. It surprised him, but he still realized nothing surprise, because the head of the sect was already a friend of the elder. Realizing that he did not change anything, he decided to leave his room and go to bed to the guard. However, Bia did not allow Namjoon to go by grabbing his hand. She asked him to go to bed, promising that they would just hold hands and nothing more. At this point, Yangun was shocked and decisively refused such a proposal. Subsequently, Yangun just laughed, explaining that it was too funny. Never before the Beanajun was so joyful. It was the first time Janjun smiled. He did not even weigh her words, only wished a good night. However, the Nazun Bia did not release his hand. Instead, she touched her cheek and quietly explained that she would like to sleep with him in bed. Around the same time, Vimun arrived at his head, apologizing for worrying so late. However, the head was glad to see him. He had already had time. He guessed that Wai Moon was looking for a divine doctor and was not mistaken. And now he was curious about what steps Wai Moon would take further after he had already found a divine doctor. The man sincerely confessed that he felt his head created a huge internal energy barrier to protect the doctor. The head noted that you did not even try to overcome this barrier. He explained that he decided to ask permission from courtesy, so he asked the sect leader whether he could meet with an immortal doctor. Sect leader explained that the immortal doctor is now busy with the patient. Even if the meeting takes place, it does not guarantee the miracle you hopefully hope. However, he hinted that if you fulfill his request, the result may be completely different. Finally, in the morning, Yang Tuzun woke up on his half of the bed. He looked tired because he did not close his eyelids all night. Shinchol was surprised that nothing had happened between them at night. The guy only asked the old man to stop speaking nonsense because he already felt exhausted. However, the spirit reminded that they slept together. However, Yanjun denied that the Nazunbia was ready to force him, and given her dangerous internal energy, he did not have the choice. Shinchol laughed, realizing how lucky Yanju was lucky that his servant did not see it, although it seemed to the young man that she would be indifferent. However, Yanjun recalled that mood changes occurred more often when he was a bias, so he confessed it is better not to see it at all. He decided to get Bu, but turning around, noticed that V was already standing near his bed. Finally, she woke up and the Nazun Bia, congratulating the maid. But the girl called her selfish. She explained that she also wanted to fall asleep near the owner, to be near when he was sleeping. The bias did not understand what prevented her from doing the same. Smiling, she offered them to sleep together. At this moment, the melted salt could not believe in her happiness. She immediately fell on the bed and shone with joy, laughing happily from what she could join. Here, Yangan finally realized what he had been missing for so long. At that moment, Yen Feng came to the room to wake up Yanjun. However, Jen Feng froze with surprise by seeing two women in the young owner of the young owner. He immediately closed the door and told the guy that he was looking for a sect leader, after which he went hastily. The spirit assured the boy not to worry about it. In the sect, such things are not condemned. Finally, Yanjun got to the head of the sect, who had already heard that he had fun with two girls at dawn. The old one glad his stormy youth. Yanjun weaned awkwardly and decided to find out what the chief wanted from him. The chief asked to talk about Yanchun's night adventures. He immediately felt the desire to leave. The man smiled and explained that he just wanted to ask if the Janchun chamber, which he visited yesterday, was remembered and where the Sword Queen was. After that, he got a scroll and asked to pass it from the divine doctor. But Yangun did not understand why the head instructed him this mission. The head explained that most of the brothers did not know about the Sword Queen's disease. Yanjun realized that he was seeking to avoid the spread of rumors. The old man explained that if he goes himself, the doctor will start indignant again and can leave, and if he asks the students, their secret will be at risk. Therefore, he could only turn to those who were obliged to him. Yang Tuzun realized that he had no other choice, so he went immediately. This moment came out of the room, planning a leisurely walk on the streets. She soon visited one of the stores and made purchases. On the way home, she realized that she had already purchased everything she needed, so she went back. On the way, she noticed a little deer family. It was the kind family that she had never had. Her memories of the family were terrible. A harsh father who constantly punished everyone without a parsing. She remembered how she witnessed a stage in her childhood where the leader of the sect quarreled by Yanjun's mother, although she was an extremely good woman. Having thought, she decided that she would never return to such a house, and at the same moment, it disappeared. The spies who tried to find her could not understand how she could feel something and disappear. But when they approached, they found out that the whole thing was that she was able to go through the barrier. It was an internal energy barrier that they could not pass. Therefore, the spies came to the conclusion that if such measures are taken, then there is no doubt a divine doctor. The spy has decided to leave and report everything. I am sure that the leaders of the district will be able to handle it. Yeonso soon saw her brother climb the stairs. She froze without realizing what he was doing. She asked why Janjun climbed there. However, he explained that he did not voluntarily climb to the mountain. He just made an assignment from the leader of the sect, delivering a certain item. Jeonso, passing by, advised him to accelerate the rise, wondering why he lingered in one place. However, his brother explained that he simply could not do it and could not understand how Yeno managed to rise faster than him. At this point, the girl remembered the diagnosis made by the divine healer. Having reached out, she suggested passing the scroll to her. She could take it and give it in person. At this point, Yangun understood that it was obviously worried about him. However, she was angry, assuring that she did not feel anything like him. Amazed at how annoyed the sister became, Janjun continued his way forward. Looking at him, Jones mentioned problems with his body. Ignoring his words, she decided to find out about the grandson of the divine healer, whether he did something strange. Jonsa assured him that everything was fine, so he went immediately. When Shinchol appeared, he decided to find out in Yanjun what was so bad in the man, and where did this hostility between them come from. In fact, the young man just admitted that he did not know about it. The chief of Chola wondered that Yanchun was not at all interesting, but the reason was that he was more disturbed by his own body, and everything else temporarily went to the background. Soon Yangun handed over a letter to the divine doctor. After reading the letter, the doctor looked clearly dissatisfied. As it turned out, the boy was on the verge of life and death, but the head only ordered him to deliver this meaningless message. Yanjun himself did not understand what evil the head caused a divine doctor that he felt such a strong hatred. The man was aware that Yanjun was not easy performing small orders. However, it was the order of the head, and he could not ignore him. In addition, smiling, Yanchun assured that he was feeling well and nothing was disturbing. The man could not understand why the young man was not afraid of death. After that, the question of Yangun stopped without answering. Then the old man asked to forget about it, acknowledging that he had no right to ask, and suggested that the young man leave. Hardly rose up, Janjun went away under his sister's insightful look. Watching all this, she realized that her brother is a real fool if she did not appreciate herself. Yanjun soon met his head to report on the delivery of the message. Yangun said that the doctor grunted all the time, reading the letter. However, the head understood that such a reaction was probably justified. He quietly decided to find out how the Queen of the Sword felt. However, Yanjun explained that the woman was sleeping all the time, so it was difficult to estimate her condition. The head understood. If the divine doctor himself took care of her, then she will certainly recover. He put hopes because they have recently fallen in many failures. Yanjun realized that in addition to the health of the Queen of Sword, there were other problems. Shinchol recalled that the boy was told about the missing children from this sect, which he had already forgotten. Then Yangun realized that it was probably not just a strange accident. Initially, the supreme saber appeared in the mountains, and now this grandson of a doctor. In fact, a few misfortunes occurred in a row, and even each of them would be a big problem, and they gathered in one pile. At this point, the spies reported their leader about the divine healer. The leader was happy to find out where this man was, because it was his next goal.